And good evening to LAWhammer. I'm going with evening this time because it's beginning to get dark here in good old Edinburgh as we start our sessions. And this week, I'm intrigued as to where it's all going to go. I don't know how many of you out there have read Power Behind the Throne or even played it, but it's fair to say it is one of the hardest adventures as a GM to run. And I'm looking forward to that. Now, I've run this one about 6 times. Now, in comparison to maybe the 20-odd, 27, maybe as many as 30 times I've run the first one, Shadows over Bugenhafen. So this one I've had much less experience with. So I'm actually super excited to see where it's going to land because I don't know where this one's going to land. Now, for those of you who've run it, you might be aware that there's often this idea that you could gently push your PCs towards things to give them an idea. Indeed, there's some characters specifically designed for this. I will not be using those. I will be letting my PC flounder. I will be letting them mess it up if they mess it up because I'm a happy GM.
I hope there's some royals to insult.
This one is going to be completely in their hands. Let's see where it lands. It's going to be great.
A good idea.
I think it's the best idea we could possibly have. Right, before we get on to any other bits, first things first is XP. Okay, last week we had some pretty good deep dives into each other's stories, our backgrounds, our histories, revelations brought about by the impending threat of that big green moon. It was pretty damn fine. I'm going to give everyone 110 XP for all the cool things that we unearthed, chatted about, and shared. I do believe I have a hand up over there. What is it?
Alimenoite achieved her short-term ambition.
Which was?
Find out if Jiro likes cigars.
Which I believe in the credits, Andy said, that's too easy and you can't have it.
No, because then I reminded him what a dickhead Jiro is, and he was like, no.
Yeah, that's true.
It's all good.
It's difficult to do any of that stuff.
Yeah, fair. That being the case, ding, 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 ding. Anyone else?
Yep.
Excellent. What was yours?
Elric's allegiance.
Was he by any chance an ally?
I don't think we actually...
Yeah, we got that done. No, we got that done.
I
There was
called you a
handshake.
work acquaintance.
I'm having it.
No, we didn't hug.
It's my friend from
Thank
work.
Handshake.
Yeah, love that. Can't be 50 XP.
Thank you.
I quite like that one. Anyone else got one? Are we good?
Are we starting in Middenheim?
We'll be starting outside Middenheim.
Because our party short-term ambition is to get to Middenheim.
We will be probably getting that by the first little bit of the episode, but not yet.
Not okay.
Done? Anyone got any short term they'd like to throw out?
No, I'm still waiting for Elric.
As per usual, I failed to think about it between last week and this week.
You have one you'd like to do there?
So I would like to leave the moniker of Castelliberung behind.
Far too easy.
In the eyes of
Done.
In the eyes of the Purple Hand.
Okay, so that would involve getting in contact with the hand. Quite like that. No, that's a definite thing. No, love it. Great.
Right? They're expecting me. They're expecting me to turn up with 200,000 gold crowns, right, or something mental. 20,000. Too much.
Do you not have it to hand?
No, not
little
the back
coffer.
pocket. No.
Here, cultist. Consider yourself funded.
Yeah. So we'll figure that how that plays out.
Yeah, I'm cool with that. That's a good one. Anything from anyone else?
I mean, the problem the ones I can think of are probably too easy. Because what he really wants to do is like have a vision in the presence of the silver flame and stuff like that. I mean, that might be harder because he has to go in disguise. He's not allowed to go.
Get in.
Sorry,
You can't get in as a Sigma, right?
no.
Oh.
Yeah, exactly. But I can get in, but not in my robe. So I have to go and change and kind of go in incognito.
Oh no, clothes change.
Maybe like complete a vision, conscious in front of the silver.
What about
I don't believe I'm allowed to break the rules. I don't.
No, but I mean, like, even if you go in disguise, if you start spouting Sigmarite shit, good luck with staying conscious.
Yeah, I quite like that. And I won't be a dick and say within your vision, because that would just be dickish. You're blind. Yeah, I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
That's good.
You and I had a conversation a wee while ago in relation to that.
Mm-hmm.
You might not remember, but we'll pick up on it at some point.
Ooh, how clandestine.
I love that.
My short-term ambition is meet Princess Katerina.
Oh, it's a good one. Chances of that are super low. Love it. Right, so.
First NPC we meet.
Princess Katerina. Ding, ding, ding. Okay. We all done?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
That being the case, I do believe that there is a certain painted up Mrs. Law who has something she'd like to say concerning something I'll be involved with tomorrow.
Please join us on Saturday night for another Inside the Rookery special where I, Lindsay Law, will be hosting Andy Law and Mark Gibbons to talk about developing and refreshing the rules and the art and everything for Dark Deeds 2nd edition. That is tomorrow night, UK time, 7 p.m.
Be there or be
Ding, ding,
square.
ding, ding. I'm actually really looking forward to that one because we don't often get to discuss actual empirical differences between one rule set and another rule set. How things have actually been developed and changed, rather than doing that loosey-goosey thing where you go, you make it better, don't you? We can actually discuss what we've done to change things. So if you've got any questions about what that might be, do drop in tomorrow. That's at 7 p.m. UK time. It's going to be super fun. I'm really looking forward to that one. Alrighty. Is everybody sitting comfortably?
Yes.
Because we are about to start one of the most notoriously crazy adventures ever written. I am not saying the person who wrote it was high at the time, because that would be rude. So I won't say it. But I will say that Graham Davis, when he edited it, had quite the job. Okay, I think I'm ready. I think it's time for the power behind the throne. So with that being the case, it's time for episode 32. Holy molies. And it's worth saying this is almost episode 60 in total. So episode 32, the Carnival. The city of Middenheim has been described by poets in many different ways. The northern poets tend to be somewhat, let's say, complimentary of the great fortress bastion that it represents. The southern poets tend to be a little bit less complimentary concerning that big shit pile of stone that lies to the north that they claim is a city. However, as the Marauders. No. You're not Marauders, are you?
Wait,
You're Jaegers.
We're not the Marauders.
You're Hunters. They're definitely not bad guys. And they're definitely not illegal. And they are definitely not channeling multiple winds or doing anything else odd. They're definitely not being scried. That seems to be the case. As they eventually turn the road and start the long climb up the hill that leads to the first causeway towards Middenheim, and the city itself comes into sight, the Southerners, those who have perhaps not seen it before, do get to be in awe of a city that is nothing more than extraordinarily impressive. A huge rise of rock, topped with a city not just of layers, but of layer upon layer upon layer. Now, for those of you that come from Middenheim, you know that it's far higher at the back than it is at the front, but it happens to be that you're coming from the south, which just basically gives you the whole rise of the city before you.
I mean, that's a very Reikliner perspective in terms of back and front. I'm just saying.
Well, yes. Completely.
It's
The back of where you currently are.
We're not terribly interested in the top part anyway.
It means that from where you are, you can see the causeway almost a mile away from where you currently are, wending up towards the front of the city. And then the layers of the city that go up, the huge high temple of Ulrich. It's a fortress within the great fortress city itself. Can be seen even from here. It is clearly enormous, far bigger than the Grand Cathedral of Sigmar. Something that surprises many who see it. Now, admittedly, the temple part within it is much smaller than the enormous walls that rise. But the great golden dome atop it can be seen glinting in the sun. And higher still behind that is the palace. The Middenpalats. Again, looking down across everything, looking down upon you. A great rise of a city, and it's not small. Many like, particularly from the south, to rubbish Middenheim is a small, pale reflection of Altdorf, and it's fair to say it is much, much smaller than Altdorf. Much smaller. But it's also much, much, much taller. Not just because it's sitting on top of a giant rock. That automatically is sitting on a mountain. Of course it's taller. But the city itself, from here, you can see the layers and the layers and bridges spanning between some of them. Can't imagine what it's like trying to navigate your way around inside there. You can imagine running around at the bottom, looking up, going, how do I get up to that bridge? And you can see that from out here. When you're in the maze, what must it be like? It's fair for those who have lived in the city or who call it native, even if they haven't necessarily lived in it for very long. You've lived in it for longer than she has. Shh. For those who are native, the air small patch, they tend to know really well. But once you get beyond your patch, it tends to be a little bit of, yeah, I'm not sure how to get to those necessary parts. The top levels are easy. That's street level. Everybody knows that. But when you're getting down to the lower levels, sometimes there isn't even a lower level. There's just like 4 or 5 tenement buildings, and that's it as you make your way up. But as a crevice hits, a natural crevice there, they build right down into it, and the street level just goes across it. So there's buildings right down, and those might be the roads that lead up to the next district. So you have to go down to go up. It is a confusing city. Fortunately, there are main roads that break through most of that. It'd be fun. It'd be fine. There's one other thing that is worthy of note. The queue. You're over a mile away from the causeway, and you're in the queue.
Oh.
This is bigger than either of you have seen it, but then you've never had to queue when it's coming up to Carnival time. And you know it's coming up to Carnival time because Geheimnisnacht has just passed. And the Carnival follows afterwards. Yay, we're still alive. That might be the reason. You're assuming it is already. Maybe there's a local story, who can say, but it does feel like a natural time to have a carnival. We're all alive. Yay! Everything is good. When you arrive, this long queue doesn't seem so bad. After having been here for about an hour and having only shuffled forward what feels like 10 steps, it's clearly more than that, but it feels like that, you begin to wonder if you'll ever reach the front before the day's even out. Traditionally, the good father has already explained that today is a day of fasting. He didn't explain why. He said he'd explain later when Middenheim came in view. Middenheim's in view, perhaps he'll explain. But it's a day of fasting. Have you been fasting?
Absolutely.
Have you been fasting?
No, it's ridiculous.
Yep, there you go. You like the difference from our two Middenheim adjacent folks? Anyone else want to go on the whole fasting thing?
If we're just standing in a queue, there's not many opportunities to eat, is there?
Oh, I should mention, when I was in Altdorf, I read a newspaper that said Gausa was in Middenheim, but of course we met him in Altdorf. Did I tell you that? Good. I couldn't remember if I had. So watch out for potential imposters.
Oh.
Good shout.
Does this fasting include water?
No.
Okay.
What does that mean?
Wait,
No,
so
you can't drink water?
have water?
You can have water. But
Wait.
fasting does not include water.
Well, then why? What kind of fast is that?
A liquid.
Based fast.
Mm.
Well, what is the quality of the food around this one area? Any good?
So, you're in a queue. It's whatever food you've taken with you.
Right. Not great then. Yeah,
Back at the inn, where you had spent some significant time after your big share, and as the moon rose high and small, it was just a small, small full moon. It really did make the great horrors of before more horrific in many respects in terms of your memory. This would normally have been enough to terrify everyone. This small green moon rising full in the sky, Mansley distant and ever so slightly smaller, but still quite tiny. Is that it?
If it's not supersized and like trying to eat us,
No.
it's nothing.
Do entertainers get
Yeah.
priority entry for this carnival? I shall try and sing my way in.
No. Although there are normally loads of elves there.
Great.
I mean, relatively speaking, but they're drawn to it like flies to honey.
Cats to catnip.
Do they respect Reichland nobles? Could we maybe skip the queue with?
I mean,
That's one thing we agree on.
Really, although that does remind me of something important, my lord, that I feel I have to pre-warn you about. Just with the greatest respect,
Yes.
you don't always fare that well with people's names.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Well, can you tell me, as a master of the local
Certainly.
heraldry and so on,
Yes.
the sort of 3 most significant families in Middenheim?
There's Boris and his lot, obviously.
The Todbringers.
Yes, Toddbringers, that's what I
Why
said.
did you give him the name? He didn't say the name.
No,
he
I
know.
said Boris.
Really
we
helped.
don't know if he
It
knew
really
the name.
helped me because that's one.
That's not the one I want to warn him about.
Right, okay. So there's him, or them. There's the...
Even I know this.
Oh,
I read it in a book.
I don't know. No, I haven't
might-
got a clue.
that
I haven't
might
got a
not-
clue.
Wolf
That might illustrate the problem.
No, thank you.
We'll see.
The Wolfenhedens.
No.
They're minor family. You should know.
They're up and coming.
Up and and of course, the flowers.
Ed, why don't you ask the GM for a heraldry check?
I'm enjoying this.
We all are.
Yeah. Flowers and glass.
Also, no.
No?
No.
All right.
Lucas returns
Little heraldry trick.
with some sausages shaped as
Oh, the
wolf
Muellers.
paws. Some sausages shaped as wolf paws that he just bought from a hawker up the way. They're on sticks. They've carved them. You know, the carving makes it cost 5 times as much.
What did they do
Anyone
with
want
the-
a sausage?
Absolutely.
For less
No.
sausage,
Yeah.
no.
Lucas, what did they
Well,
do?
you
I
can
do not
starve.
want this. But thank you for the offer.
No.
What did they do with the scraps?
I have no idea. I didn't ask. I
Hmm.
just bought them.
Probably form it into another sausage.
Have we moved at all? I can't actually tell since I was away. He says,
Probably not.
The father was taking the advantage of his advisor being missing to grill Gerhardt on local politics.
No, it's actually a good question. Lucas, who's the big ones to watch out for around here?
and that does bring back his somewhat unexpected admittance just yesterday evening, where he claimed that he was a royal bastard.
Hmm.
Right, bastard at that.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Big bastard.
Quite. To the very man who presumably rules here. However, his great proclamation began to crumble somewhat under interrogation, because there were those who were willing to interrogate, as he the previous evening went, look, I understand Elemenoweth, that you look, yes, you have a point, right? What you don't understand is they're all named Boris.
Oh. So you're
Boris Heinrich Todbringer, for example, he
So-
says, my name, he says, is Boris Lucas.
Right. So your father is actually the Duke's father?
Yes. The Graf's my brother.
But you talked
Half
about
brother.
your father like he was still alive. Was that part of your charade?
No, he's my father. He's not my father. I mean, my father's my father. I mean, so to speak. He raised me,
right.
so to speak.
You're a natural spy.
Right, yes.
I'm confused.
Yeah.
Means his cook dad raised him,
His Mueller.
not the Todbringer.
Mm.
I have no idea what you said. Must be an accent thing. So, right. So, he says, I think we should probably drink more because that bloody moon will be rising. So, of course, there was that name. But as he sits there, he goes, right, yes. We'll whisper the first one because obviously, well, we don't need to whisper about it, but there's connections there, which I think I very bravely admitted the other day. So we have that. But then you also have several other very important key lines here that are worth knowing. Now, I'm not from Middenheim. I can't say I studied all of them. I was very much a southern. I'm a Middenlander. I'm not a Middenheimer. Although by blood, I suppose I am. Although strictly, my father's blood actually comes from the south. Not that he would probably like to admit it. And that's a little known fact. If you look into them, they're not, strictly speaking, of Teutoburg blood. As far as I can tell, they're actually Dwarven, which I find fascinating, given that they've managed to rise to power in the north, so to speak. Something you generally don't talk about, though, is it? No, of course. Because then you have some very real old-blooded Teutoburgs up here, like, for example, the Hellsteins. The Hellsteins are, well, as I'm sure the name suggests, they're bloody awful. The Hellsteins, you'll be able to recognize them. They'll probably be 5 times taller than you, with blonde hair down to the ground, growling at something like they're a wolf, and have shaved down the one side. They always shave down one side. It's an old tribal thing, I think. So that's them. Are you looking at me curiously there? No. So that's them. And they used to cake their hair in blood. So that's them. Then there's the Tugendheims, and they shave their head. Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
Right, that's why you were looking at me, isn't it? So the Tugendheims, they shave their hair down on one side and cake their hair in blood. That's what they used to do. They just shave it now. And the Hellsteins, the Hellsteins, they tend to shave their fangs. That's it. You get between the two. So you got the Tugendheims and you got the Hellsteins. They're the ones you have to watch out, because they're fully in support of the current duke. They'll be probably hovering around him or something. Who can say exactly what they will or not be? Then you've got a host of other families that are local, and there's a lot of them. Going through them all is just a waste of time. There'll be lots of sounds that I don't think we need to crowd anyone's head with. But there are lots of important families locally, and if any of them come up and I have to be around, I shall whisper something. I shall attempt to be clandestine.
It's my favourite clan.
All right. There are no Deathsteins. There are Hellsteins, but not Deathsteins. Deathsteins. Deathbringers, the Tollbringers. It's very close, isn't it? Maybe there is imagine there's a Deathstein family, clan Deathstein. I want that to be true. I need to go to the Collegium. They'll won't let me in. I'm not a graduate. Damn it. Right. So where were we? Families. That's it.
Okay.
Did that cover the ones?
Yes, and in particular, the Tugendheims. If you ever see it written down, you'll see that there's a silent H in their name. Do not pronounce it with the silent H.
Not Tugendheims.
No.
Tugendheims?
Or thug.
Oh, I see.
And they will challenge you to a duel to the death over that.
Okay, good to know.
So, under no circumstances.
How do you know about this?
I lived here.
Did anyone challenge you to that?
I think I could have a drink.
No, because I pay attention when people tell me their names and use the correct name back at them.
You might have read their names before you spoke to them. But no, it's good. Good to know. Thank you.
Not anymore.
Well, not yeah, obviously. Back then you were.
How do I say it again?
Tugendheim.
Yeah.
Tugendheim. Got it.
Tugendheim. Why does he keep on doing that?
Because he's pretending to be less clever than he is.
Mad in the H.
He does it to annoy people.
The H
It's
in the end.
working.
Well, yeah, we give you. Okay.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's a good one to know.
That is. I should not like to be on the receiving end of a duel, since they're likely to be at least twice as tall as me, and that would be bad.
Yeah.
One of my
they take great relish in it.
One of my sons is here. We should try to avoid him.
Okay.
Is it the same one?
No.
Right.
How many sons do you have?
And is this a legitimate son, or is it? Is it a biological son, or is it a you know how you sort of collect people?
It is he is my son.
Did you
Of
birth
my
them?
blood,
Yes.
probably.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
No, good to know.
And is this a memory thing? So it might not actually be.
Mm-hmm.
And why should we avoid him?
Because he will report on me to my sister, and I might get taken home.
Okay, good to know.
Anything else you know about him?
He is the master of the hunt in the Duke's court.
Good to know.
Right.
Lucas,
Golly.
you got any connections, like low level? Anybody
no.
you could call upon?
No.
Nothing
All
like
my
that?
connections are in Altdorf or in the south. I'm sorry to say, sir. I obviously went to university down there, and I didn't go to university up here because they were afraid that there might be some unfortunate side effects.
Yes.
I played in between shoulders, that sort of thing, because people don't like people of my sort of ilk, particularly because there would be some who'd see me as a challenger.
Will they recognize you now?
Yeah, I was going to say,
I do.
how widely known is your...
It's not known.
Okay.
I probably shouldn't have said it. It's not known. I only got told when I was older. Indeed, you met the person who confirmed it for me. I already knew before. She told me. She was a wizard of the Grey Order. They had been sent. She had been sent in particular to confirm it when she was going into the employ of my duke at the time, who I was in the employ of before I met. Yeah, Cock around.
That's it.
Yeah, Koch around.
Oh, I remember something she said to me. She said that Engels is actually your Maven's mother.
What?
Yes, she said that that Engels is one of the founders of the colleges and is probably Maven's mother.
Engels
And
is
that's
a man.
why Engels took an interest in you.
He's a man.
The grey wizards.
No.
We could probably
I mean, I can't
change.
imagine that a Master Grey Wizard might in any way look different than what they appear.
So he's
On the subject of wizards, and while we're sharing things, I had a revelation this morning.
A loud one that everybody else has heard.
No, not a...
Excuse me, would you like to buy a lucky wolf, Paul? He says, holding what looks like a pile of, for those of you with eyes, rabbit's paws. You're not entirely sure what they've affixed on, but they've definitely affixed something on. He says, lucky wolf's paws, they're only 5 shillings each.
That's a lot.
Shillings?
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
It's not very lucky for the wolf.
He says, well,
No, thank
exactly.
Yeah.
you. No, thank you.
Jog
No,
on.
thank you.
Well, stay the white wolf.
What about a multi-buy discount?
Oh, sir, he said,
Oh,
well, you can buy me a entire handle, dear. He says, I've got myself 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them here.
Right.
He says, and I'll do that for you for, say, 40 shilling.
Right, well, that's all right, I'll do an evaluate.
No,
What?
just work out the
You
deal.
figured that out anyway. That's fine. Right. Well, look, I wish I could. I really do, but unfortunately, that's probably a little too over the top. Anyway, thank you very much for the offer.
No bloody hell for Rick's tits as he wanders off.
I just thought we could have a little bit of, look more
So-
local.
You have a revelation about wizards.
I
Is
don't
this
need to
like
look any
the
more
eyes
local.
revelation?
No, this was I realised something. I put together like 4 separate things and realised a connection I hadn't realised before.
Right.
So this is not a
You
divine
can hear a
revelation.
dwarf swearing in Cazalet.
What kind of swear words?
Oh, it's strong. They're calling on the ancestor gods to literally... A direct translation would be fuck giant holes into the side of this fucking mountain. Something like that.
Wow.
To bang their way through it.
For people.
Might be one way of putting it. It could be favorably translated as mine their way through it. But he's clearly not being favorable. As he's
And that's
stomping.
quite the pickaxe.
more like
He's a
tree
good
now.
100 paces or so away, swearing away, pushing at people. As 2 Knights Panther pass by in full armor on their steeds and just pass their way along the line.
Magritte's with us, isn't she?
No, she's
I believe
Magritte,
he's with the barge.
No,
No,
she's
to come. No,
Yeah.
To identify a grandfather.
Yeah.
Stigfeather's here too.
Yes, Sigfeder's here, although
So-
Sigfeder's
And
currently
Nils as well.
not here. He's wandered off up the queue
So
to
what
makes
is
see if there's
your
anyone he knows.
revelation?
So when I was here before, I heard about how. So you know about the guild, the Guild of Wizardry
Mhm.
here, and it's mostly, I think, entirely blues and golds that they have there.
Mhm.
So I heard about how, like, about 6, 7 years ago, how like they all just like up sticks and left, went rogue. By the time I got here, they've begun replenishing, and from what I've heard, they're back up to kind of full strength again. Much later, I'd heard about how there was a point in Altdorf where a bunch of wizards up sticks and left. Obviously, now we know a little bit more about who they were.
Mm.
they're obviously connected, and I didn't put the dots together. Every single one of them here was part of them.
Ones who left.
Yeah.
Almost.
Yeah. Near enough. Like almost all of them. And what's interesting is, and you know I'm, as Sigmarics go, reasonably tolerant of heresy, right? But
Just say that louder.
as Sigmarics go. But like Werner,
It's now beginning to grow more difficult to hear him as the dwarf is drawing closer, and because he's speaking low and the dwarf is speaking high, it's fair to say that you may need to wait as this
I'll just
very
fade
upset
into the
dwarf
background.
is making his way stomp down the queue, but he's not alone. There's another 15 behind him. And he appears to be almost like the cheerleader of the group as they make their way down.
A good job I'm in really nondescript clothes.
Ready for festival?
The family connection I have,
Yes.
as in my grandmother,
Yes.
is that something I can call upon in this sort of situation?
You have no idea.
only use somebody with Lord Dwarfs, right?
Do you think?
Can I have from you a Kazler roll?
Yeah, I can speak Kazlan.
One from you as well, then, please. A number of advances you have in said language would be useful.
I have 10 advances,
I've got 10.
and I rolled 4 successes, but
Sweet, good.
2 successes.
That's good.
I
That's
have
good.
10, so yeah, fine.
It's not just pointed complaints. You recognize the rote. What he's doing is he's memorizing it. He's going through a set of rotes of what's clearly designed to imprint upon his mind the exact nature of what was done so that he can record it properly later. He's intending on grudging the entire city for what has been done. You're so caught up with working your way through, you don't quite catch the minutiae of what's been done. But you do.
Hey.
You completely miss, because you don't have Lord Dwarfs, the finer point of the dwarfishness nature of it all. It's the taxation. He's been taxed and he refused to pay it. And having refused to pay it, and you think, with a quick bit of he's possibly the reason this queue's so long. There was probably a long argument at the front.
Oh, he's coming back.
Coming back.
And he's coming back.
I thought he was coming behind us as well.
He's coming back.
Oh, fine.
Away from Middenheim. The tax. It apparently was too high for him to pay.
Is that just to get in?
Yes.
Shit.
Question. Do I know a different way in?
You do not. From the outside. You know a different way out, as in,
Try to avoid that.
but yeah, sadly, not a
Turn
different
into a
way in.
baby.
Sadly.
Pardon?
Let's get carried in.
Question to Gerhard.
Yes.
The book we read from the library,
Many books.
Magdalena,
Oh, yes.
like me,
Yes.
wasn't she a Hellstein?
Yes.
Yes, she was.
It was a Hellstein.
Interesting.
Does that help
You're not
anything?
meant to say the H. Elstein.
Elstein.
I might just drop them entirely.
Don't joke like that, because he might imprint that.
No,
way.
I think it's safer, Father,
I think
if
that's
we
more
just drop
Tillian, isn't
H's
it?
entirely. That will be good.
Nice.
That.
That will be good.
I would like
Don't be an eh.
I would like to know whether I can eat this sausage or not. You said fasting, and I've been trying to.
Well, it's so the story.
It's trying that all the time.
So the
I got Leopold's as well.
yeah so basically there was a siege around Geheimnisnacht. And so that's what people fast to simulate the siege, and then the dwarves
It just rolls her
and the
eyes.
dwarves arrive to save the day, and then that's where the carnival is, when we celebrate and we eat.
Should you offer them a sausage then, as they go past?
I'm not sure they're in the mood for sausages.
Crump, 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 as they all stomp by.
So
You can imagine there was a fair number of them. That would have been quite the tax, depending upon exactly how high the tax rate was. It's up to you whether you want to try and bridge that particular question to them.
I mean, they don't look like in the conversating mood.
When does a dwarf?
You can sing, right? You can speak. I'll just like fade.
Do you want to
Hide
start,
behind
want to start the
Birdie.
conversation?
I mean, I could.
Yes.
I don't know that we're going to have enough money to help them with the tax.
Might not be a
liability.
position of helping. Just ask them
Yeah.
how much it was.
I mean, I guess what I'll do is we'll initiate say some respectful sort of good moral kind dwarf. I don't know if there's a traditional greeting that one can offer in such a.
Check his weapon and then call him the other one.
Call him the other one.
I think that's how it's done.
Lord Dwarfs.
Lord Dwarf. I mean, 5 successes, but I've only got 10 advances, so.
Yes. And it is simply to say hello. That's it. They are very practical, blunt, and simple folk. It's a little bit like their Middenball team. There's a Middenball team, the dwarves, from the Architects and the Engineers Guild got together with. It's called the Architects and Engineers team.
Nice.
Yep.
And I bet they kicked our arses every time.
Yeah, quite. The Architects and Engineers team, because that's what we are. We're bloody architects and engineers, aren't we? And this is our team. Hello.
Reason.
Yeah, it does. Stand to reason.
I will hello.
One of them turns round, looks you up and down, which is where we get our first question. How are we presenting ourselves?
Full on fucking Sigmarite warrior priest.
Good to know.
Armor, cloak, my fancy cloak with my little silver flame.
Yeah, lovely.
I'm coming home.
Yeah. Coming home. Anyone else wearing any different garb to their standard? It does look like somebody has chosen a slightly different outfit.
Alaminwife is in her motley cloak, kindly supplied by Gerhardt, and a motley outfit, and her face is full on painted.
Motley outfit last seen when she was back in Buchenhafen. Indeed. Her face all painted up for a festival, one presumes.
Exactly.
Yeah, indeed. More likely to maybe get in and get a low tax rate as you pass through the gate, hopefully. Our good old dwarf lord, Casalid, lists a stream of invectives, includes why he's so upset, and uses that as a reason for why he can't talk. But does that rather quickly. Do your language test. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, 1 success.
Yep, good.
But,
Good.
Yeah.
So,
Got 100.
it's fast, really fast, and you have a slight eye opening, if you had a moment where you're like, okay. So the tax you think was at 30% of their monthly take, and it was for all dwarfs had to pay to get through the gate 30%, all of them, of their monthly wage.
Wow.
And they asked for their monthly wage, which he also didn't like.
Quite right.
And the bit that you catch is that there was an implied hint from the guard that it would be in his favor to just lie,
Ooh.
Right.
which set them off.
Oh, rude.
Don't do that.
As in the guard, you can almost possibly see it. He was maybe trying to help them out. Just say you earn less. Surely that's one way. And this has apparently deeply upset them.
Well, he's implied that they're liars.
Mm.
It's implied that they can't be trusted.
Storm the city.
Well, here's an idea. So, supernumerate, looking at us collectively,
Mhm.
what would roughly 30% of our earnings look like?
Okay, now we're in trouble. Because he, it's difficult. An itinerant priest, how'd you pin that down? Problem is, if he just taken as a standard priest, quite a lot, depending upon where he's a priest of, a capital. I mean, they might ask for as much as like gold just to get in. You'd already heard it was a gold to get in anyway, or a gold per leg, and that was clearly ridiculous. Who would spend over 500 pence just to get inside the town? Well, apparently a big long queue's worth. Oh no, there's a few more coming back. They're beginning to come in after the dwarves. So clearly the dwarves held it up, and now more are coming back. Well, it's interesting. Really interesting. As you look ahead, and as you're sitting there ticking away at numbers, multiplying, dividing, oh dear, wizard. Crap. You're probably looking at maybe as much as 8 or 9 gold to get in.
Oh, right.
Okay, so it's going to be potentially quite expensive.
And you better not tell the truth
Well,
about
it
how
depends,
much
though.
look
Okay.
Yeah, it is
Monthly.
interesting. There's you looking up. there's folk coming back. It's difficult to see exactly how many, but there's definitely folk coming back. But one of them that's coming back is a Sigmarite priest.
Oh,
Right
What
there.
a coincidence.
Yeah.
A wizard, a Sigmarite, some dwarves.
There was wizards going back?
No.
No.
I thought you said a wizard.
no, Elric. Just
Hmm.
You just said
Elric will be.
general.
I thought you meant a
No,
wizard.
no wizard. But definitely a Sigmarite. Definitely some dwarves.
Okay. So.
Can I go have a chat to the Sigmar?
I'm eating
Stop
this
off.
sausage. Stupid siege.
Sees you, looks you up and down, says, "Are you one of those Northern Lord?"
Yeah. Silver Flame.
Right, well, unless you've done some particularly fine begging, I suggest turning round. Says,
How much is it to get?
17 crowns for me. 17 crowns, so, yes, well, no. Bloody asked me, severity of it. They asked me, look, here I am. I'm wearing my... it's very clear where I come from, who I am. I mean, there is no doubt. And he said to my face, actually, Father, you won't believe this. He said, to my face, have you ever been, or are you, a wizard, dwarf, and then at the end, a cleric? I just looked at him. Well, what do you think? I said. He said, well, what I think has nothing to do with it. I ask you a question. Blood, the cheek of the man. And then once I confirmed, which was obviously, quite clearly, obvious, I had the temerity to ask exactly, where I came from and how much we earned down there. And I wasn't going to be telling him that, was I? No. So he whipped out this little tablet, little thing that he had, all scraped up with scratches on it, and looked at me, did some moving around on it, and said, "Buddy, all the crowns, it's ridiculous. Just get." So I'm going to go and complain. It's ridiculous. I don't even know who I'm going to complain to, but there must be someone I can complain to, because this is actually ridiculous. Because it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, I suggest turning round now, Father. They're not the only ones passing by.
You could just lie.
We definitely would lie.
Lie, bamboozle.
Oh, yeah.
Father comes up. Well, doesn't look good. I definitely won't be lying.
Tell them how much you make in a month. What's it?
I mean, I don't make anything.
Exactly. You're not lying.
I rely on the charity of strangers.
30% of nothing.
Yeah.
Just don't be a Sigmarite or Southern by the sounds of it. Or
Well,
a dwarf.
also, the word they used was cleric, right? I have literally never described myself as a
You're a
cleric.
cleric.
Yeah, but I've never.
You've taken oaths of a cleric. You are one. You've actually taken the oath of a cleric.
Is that
Why
what it's
not?
called, though?
Yeah.
Is the word cleric in it?
Yeah.
Why not?
He's in
Instead of
denial.
saying
He
you're
didn't
not a
have to.
cleric,
A member of the
say
clergy.
you're something else. That way you're not lying. Say the other thing. You're a warrior priest. I don't know.
You're an
Or just a
orc.
warrior.
And allow them to. I mean, I can just be honest. I can literally say I generally have no salary.
Or if they don't care and they suggested that the dwarves lie, just say no. You say no. You
I'm-
say no. You
Yeah,
say no.
I'm definitely not a dwarf.
Nope.
Yep.
I'm small.
Quite wizard-like at the moment, though.
No, I have a cloak on.
Looking
it
directly at the
overrated?
braces on the
No. So when he travels it, he doesn't have the braces
Oh, do you have them on?
He just has a
Oh,
bloody
beautiful.
cloak.
What
Alright.
about the stick?
Mm.
You will not part a man from his star.
I will affect the limp.
Very good.
Yeah.
Lovely. All right.
Yeah.
And
Make
I
you roll a
am not a
perform
wizard.
check,
I'm a
damage.
minstrel of Middenheim.
So,
A
minstrel,
lyric poet of Liders, if you will.
a lame,
A lame, yeah.
uh,
Blind beggar.
blind beggar with all the armor.
No, I'm gonna have to. I mean, they're not.
You should probably get rid of that breastplate, actually.
Maybe they'll take pity if we don't have one.
No, don't think so.
No, I
Alright.
don't.
Maybe they'll have a different cost for people who are who are working in town.
Yeah,
Let's be
probably higher.
players. You're all players in my what is it called? Troop. In my troop. I'm a gallivanting gadabout of gaiety. What are you, Elric?
Lame.
That's why Alana Groundman travels about as a player. You
That
can get
sounds
about
good.
everywhere.
I
What,
could
what,
be a narrator. I'm very good at storytelling.
what are we
Exactly.
performing?
A show.
Okay.
You could play.
Full show.
Foolproof.
My lute.
You
I
can
was just
play the
going to-
lute.
I was just
I
going to
can play
blag
the
it.
flute. You can be. Can you do acrobatic?
Fire swallower.
No, I can act a little bit. Oh,
You can act like an acrobatic.
I mean, look at us. No one would believe we're a real group.
Margarita looks up from her book, looks back down.
Right. Good.
Oh.
Tortured poet.
Director.
Direct.
Yeah. Director, tortured poet, sort of thing.
It says, I shall be, he says,
Fan.
The purser.
Leading man.
Purser.
All right.
person.
Purser works.
No.
Purser. No.
Lucas.
No.
Charismatic. That's a rugged patch.
No.
What about Sigfeder?
No.
He's gone. Look, where is he?
He's a beggar.
He'll be
He's
back.
probably inside already.
A beggar.
Yeah, he could be our new leading man.
Eventually, your group reaches the causeway. The causeway is wide enough to take two carts side by side. And there's a big long queue wending its way up the big curve of stone up to the huge gates that lead into the city at the bottom. As you two know, this gate is one of the gates that are considered to be over the edge. As in, you've gone so far down the mountain that is loosely Middenheim that you've gone into the not great area. Right past all the wonderful pieces that are at the top. The lovely places to live. The mansions and the manors. And it's fair to say, in comparison to Altdorf, the very small mansions and the very small manors. Altdorf is significantly bigger than Middenheim in terms of its overall size. In that, you can see pretty much edge to edge from where you're standing, and it's quite the soaring view with birds moving. And as you look over at the arch of the causeway, potentially quite vertiginous. That might not be something you necessarily want to stand and look over the edge for. Or maybe you do and you just want to jump just to see.
Nope.
No. Jumping is bad, apparently. So is pushing.
Nah, it's much less worse.
Much less one.
Can I have a perception test, please? Elric, can I have a perception test from Gerhardt? A perception test, please, from
Are magicians a thing?
Oh, a crit.
Oh,
My
wizards.
first roll.
No,
of the night.
magicians.
You mean like
Card tricks.
sleight of hand, like a bunko?
Oh, witches. Yeah, witches
No.
are a thing.
Like I pretend to get a coin out of the guards behind the ears. Or
How do we do?
Are we relaxed?
Yeah.
6 successes then.
15. A
15.
crit. A double crit.
Nice.
There's something wrong with this place, and you feel it in your feet.
Ooh.
You're walking as you step onto the causeways, and it's almost like your gut roils a bit. Ooh.
That's
And that just sends your mind off into slightly darker places.
Yeah.
As you come up, you can feel the absence of actuary. Actuary is being pushed away, almost like lodestones push each other away. You can sense it scudding about in the heat of the day. You can sense it rising from many of the annoyed people that are sitting in the queues. But it's rising and pushing away. I'm pushing off of the main thoroughfare of the causeway. In your case, you can feel it beneath your feet. You can feel them. There's runes down there. Runes down the length of this causeway. Probably dwarven runes, given the nature of the build. It's interesting, actually, looking at it. Your eye can quite clearly see that the main causeway itself, very, very dwarf. The towers built on top of it, not so dwarf. They're very human in expression, in style, and in quality. By comparison, the main block of the causeways itself, very solid, chamfered edges. It's quite clearly dwarfen. And quite clearly, they've done something to these causeways. You would not like to be a besieger. Fortunately, it isn't burn all elves.
Well, not here anyway.
As our first wizard, contrary to my no wizards coming back earlier claim, makes his way back. A chap with a skull cap, big long blue robes behind him. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 apprentices, all of which are attached to him by a golden cord.
Weird.
He's walking with a staff, and he looks angry. He's a little bit too low. Livid.
Furious.
Nah, furious is too easy. It's a little bit more complicated. His face is twisted with it, and he's clearly thinking as he's making his way down, really annoyed. Behind his little gaggle of apprentices, all of whom are on their little cords, none of whom are under the age of 20, by the way, are loosely whispering between themselves. You can hear them. The master's really upset. Really upset. Are you going to I'm not going to bring it up. Neither am I. We should just shut up. As they make their way forward. He doesn't look like the sort of person who would want to be interrupted with a hello. For those with eyes. As he makes his way back.
Can we see the amount of people that are at the gate from where we are at the moment?
Yeah, you can see the queue all the way up.
In terms of the guards and stuff.
Oh, yeah. The whole place is lined with them. There's even Knight's Panther up there. You see the armor glinting in the sunlight.
Roughly how many?
It's difficult to tell because you're not close enough. If you've got acute sense sight, I will give you extra. You do have someone with the one, you know it. Yeah. What can she see with her elf eyes?
Well, I can always... Elemental, do you have that telescope on you?
Mm-hmm.
Can I borrow it?
Sure.
Maybe we should get one of those gold
No, I have elf eyes.
It's useless for human eyes. Right?
Oh, is it? Oh, yeah, it is, isn't it?
It's you get in focus, you get in focus. Why doesn't it go in focus? What's wrong with it?
I have one as well.
There's 1,000 of them. Oh, that doesn't seem to work. Anyway, you have yours, do you?
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's so much better. There we go, twist. It's all in focus. Right, they're not Knight's Panther. They're not Knight's Panther at all. You were completely wrong. They are just mounted state troopers. Okay? They are a mixture of, you think, probably local guards. Okay, that's quite different to the local guards in Altdorf. Yeah, there's a lot of women there. Most of the guards in Altdorf that you've met are men.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a lot of women up there. Interesting. You count at least 40 there up in the world, 40, 56. This gate is well manned. There's a lot of guards there, and they are attempting to process, you think, about 3 lines. The queue split into 3 at once. So they should speed up, and it looks like it's going at a fierce pace as you realise someone's bumped into your back.
Okay. Can I use a combination of law warfare and supernumerate to figure out how many troops can process that amount of people, and then how long it would take us to get there?
How long do you think you're going to get there? Yeah. I'm quite happy for supernumerate to go on that one. And we can watch for a bit as you can see them going through, the ones that are arguing, the ones that are getting turned back, how long it's going. Do a quick rundown, go down the line, split it up, 20. You reckon you're going to be in a queue for about 2.5 hours?
All right, so 2.5 hours.
We have time to practice the play.
If we don't move from this current situation and of heading forwards. There's quite a lot of people up there in terms of guards and troops and all that sort of thing.
We do have time to think of a name for your experimental loot band.
Is that where we're going with, is it?
Experiment being we've only got one.
Yes, sort of. There does seem.
We've also got a flute.
No, we
which
all
is just a
play
lute
the
with
same
an
lute.
F.
We could do all play the same lute. That's that is
Everyone's handed.
Yeah, I've seen it before. It's good.
If we're going to pay ourselves off as players, actually, we've got a slight problem.
Right.
In that, well, we'll have to tell them how much we earn. So we really want to pass ourselves off as bad players.
That'll be quite easy.
But maybe we should flip the
But
roles.
I'll be a very good fighter.
Maybe
leader,
I
so
should
yeah.
play the lute.
Yeah.
You want to?
I could play the flute and then drop it.
Did you say that? Did she say that out loud?
I think she just did, yes.
Big, very loud thought bubble above her head.
Even if you said it
Like
quietly.
you.
No, that'll never.
And then I would leave.
I saw a fella
I just
once.
follow you like a sad dog.
Oh.
So one of the things here is so many entertainers come, right? Loads of people play the lute and they don't make much money.
Right.
I mean, they make money because there's lots of people, but relatively they don't make much money. Loads of like jugglers come, they don't make much money. I once saw a fella juggling lutes. He made quite a lot of money.
Right.
So we want to avoid that. Is
Yeah,
what you're saying.
So
I'm just saying.
you want me to throw my lute in the air
No.
and not catch it?
Well, I mean, that would be a bad lute juggler. You only got one and you can't catch it. That's perfect, really.
I feel like this is sort of a revenge for a previous comment that's being suggested.
Possibly,
I have no idea where that would be coming from. No.
Maybe we just lie.
Is it
We don't know
already a
anything.
lie?
No thing's a lie. We just look. I think we should blag it.
I mean, I don't make much a month.
No, you
Look
don't.
at it. It's not
you have a
that.
contract, right?
Lucas
Yeah.
speaks up and says, do we have enough money?
It depends how much they are.
Depends how truthful we are.
So that's
Because if we have enough, then
Like, if
Um,
you're
I-
exactly truthful.
I mean, it's a festival. I'm sure that there are some people that
Going
might
in.
be able to earn quite a lot. We'll probably be able to at least sing for our supper, so to speak. But there's the whole carnival is on.
Lucas,
then
you
it's gonna be
make
quite
80
easy.
crowns a month. Can you pay?
Yeah, that's quite a lot, isn't it? That's a very fair point. Oh God, that's 24 crowns alone, isn't it? I suggest we lie.
Could you temporarily
yes.
hire Lucas, then rehire him once we're in the city?
Right, Lucas.
And I'm pretty sure that wouldn't probably. I mean, it's as good as it's lying, really. I mean, that's all it really is.
Yeah, no, it is. We're just going to lie.
When they say, just say, yes, we earn, what did they say a month? We earn a gold crown a month.
Right, and then we make sure that we don't. You're not a wizard. You're not a Sigmarite. It's a costume.
I've never
No,
been
you-
into
no,
war.
you could be
I'm
a
a
thing.
mendicant Sigmarite who earns nothing. I rely on the
No, it's
kindness
not.
of strangers.
I don't think it's going to be about earnings.
That guy was a noble.
All right. Well, I'm not
You were
noble.
certainly something.
Can we maybe play down the posh accents?
What do you mean?
From
Because
whom?
posh accents.
I could do myself an accent.
I know
Like
how
I
to
come
do an
from the north,
outdoor.
says Lucas.
You could be mute.
You're a mute lute player.
I don't. Why would I do that? I look at my lovely accent from the area. That's around your place where you used to hang out, isn't it?
That's actually really good, sir.
I know.
I could do one from the north as well.
You said
Ex-
vaguely.
What is going
Right.
on?
I think that would work just quite rightly.
Every
I had
so
too much
often, if I
wager.
say geezer,
Not enough word root.
it works.
Problem is.
It's really weird to do.
What about
That is terrible, my lord.
she'll turn around to Lady Marguerite and say, "What are you planning to say, my lady?"
I will say that I'm a magister of the orders. And that is that.
Right.
Do you have coin with you if they ask you to pay? Well, do
I
you
have a
need?
little.
Do you need?
Don't ask.
Okay.
She says, I'm sure my fiancé can pay if necessary. She says as she looks back down to her book as if that's likely. 'Cause
That's
she's
sorted then.
rich.
Okay. And then she'll turn to you like, could you pretend not to speak Rexfield?
I would say that going to be hard.
Thanks. I think that'll work.
Right, we got a problem.
Right, here he is, yeah.
Ah,
Right, I've been up and down this queue. What a bunch of fucking wankers. It says, sorry, mate. Aye, sorry, I know. I'm a bit loud. Not that one. They're asking for a lot of coin up there. Your average nod has been asked for at least like 10 shillings, which is why quite a lot of the nods are coming back. But they are way overcharging if you've got any magic. If you're or ever were a priest. Ever were. And they have a light wizard
Oh.
watching over everything for liars.
Okay.
You good light wizard.
No idea. I wasn't willing to probe. I mean, how am I going to lie? If I've kind of given it away that I'm a wizard. If you see what I'm saying, I'm going to lie.
Would it not be quite tiring for one man or a woman?
That's a woman. I'd probably.
Well, then it'll be
I don't know how
fine.
their college works, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
I'm going to, you have to be celibate to do what they do.
Oh, really?
That's a fucking crime against humanity. Elves did that to us.
None-
Fucking crime
None of my
against
family have
humanity.
gone there.
I mean, it's bad enough with her college. I mean, you don't have to be in her college. It's just that the wind kind of takes you there.
Oh, he's pointing at Magritte.
Pointing at McGree.
Right, I was. Is Elric a woman?
Behind you with the book, not you.
Oh.
I mean, that's bad enough, but light. Oh, fuck.
Why are they charging so much? Do they not want people to come in?
I imagine they're just gathering tax. Or whatever. What? Aye, that.
What about sort of?
Have you tried the sausages, by the way? They're cack.
They have been around. Did you have one? Was it okay?
Oh, it's cack.
Well,
I don't know what that means.
Bad.
Okay.
Shit.
I've had worse.
You little liar. You knew exactly what that meant. Don't you be pulling one on me, Missy. I can see the little glint in your eye. Right, I'm going to go and speak to some of these other wankers up there.
just quickly before you go, you don't know any sort of, other ways to get into the... Did he?
No.
Right.
Aye, you could jump.
Sure.
Aye, jump.
None of your
You could... Right over the top. Like that.
pals? Your pals? Have you talked
According
about?
to the newspaper, Gausser is here. He's one of your friends, isn't he?
He's here. Right, I'm definitely going in quiet then. We're back soon. And he makes his way up the line.
At least he's paying for himself.
I don't think he will. Right, fine. Well,
Comes back. Actually, I'll make contact once I'm in.
are you going before us then?
I'm going to see if I can get through. If I don't come back, then you know they're not that good.
Right, fine.
If I do come back, then fuck. Salute to you all. Actually, don't tell the truth when you go through the gate. That's your weekly challenge. No, I'm going to go further. Make them think you're from Auckland. Good luck. Good luck, he says.
Oh, easy.
So we're a group of players. We're a group of players from Auckland.
Auckland.
We just briefly apologise to any viewers that we might have from Northern Ireland. Impending offence we might be about to cause.
Embrace it.
And any
Bring it
other
on.
regional accents we may touch upon in the course of the Northern Irish one.
It's dead easy. You're a mute Hochlander.
Well, how will he convince them he's a Hochlander? Are we going to have to tell them?
We paint a sign to hang around his neck saying, I am a poor mute Hochlander
You could
who
learn
earns very little every month.
before we get there.
I've spent some time. I can teach you. It'll be fine.
What are you teaching me?
Go for your best accent now.
Oh.
Give him something to
And then-
think.
Hello there, how are you?
No,
Would you-
no,
no.
that's Talibuk. That's
the lower one.
Yeah. Think of so,
Oil.
Hi.
Hi.
Nai.
Noi.
Brian.
Bru.
Kai.
Kui.
Hey, no,
Brian.
Kai.
Kui.
No, not coo.
I-
That's
Hi.
Northern.
It's
Cow.
not the same.
Yeah.
Cow.
Hi.
No.
Tell him, Melvin.
No, that's fine. Yeah. There's a variety of accents. It's not just the one. Just
Also, it's
say everything slower, draw it out,
all right.
Oh, wait,
have a wee bit of a change in your accent.
Or he's, I mean, this would potentially be more counterproductive, but you could be a Hochlander noble, which case you sound exactly like you sound.
Yeah.
But you'd be saying you're a noble and they'd probably charge you.
Exactly. All right.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So-
Disgrace.
Is that level for you? An impoverished outcast. I mean, technically, you are,
You've
I don't
taken
know
about
any of the
poverty
houses.
because you're on a pilgrimage to see the flame of Ulrich. Like your forefathers before you.
Right, is that something that they did?
You had 4 fathers.
My goodness. That's quite the bloodline.
So,
I mean, that is a good point, actually, in terms of me not having any money.
Thank you.
right. I need to, Lucas, do you know any good houses that I could potentially...
Oh, I
Traders?
not much. Oh my, Auckland. I mean, I mean, is it even really a province?
I know one.
He says, one.
The
What is-
Ludenhofs.
that would make you royal, I think.
No,
wouldn't it?
can't do probably too much.
Ex-royal. I don't know what the current status is of. I actually don't. Is it a province or grab? I don't even know what it is anymore. There was all that trouble with Talabicland. It's not a grand province; it's just a province just now, which means that they would still count as royals. Yes, they are royals. Yes, they're royals. So no, I would not advise that.
Right.
That's all I've got.
Fine. Can I see if
come
I
on,
can know anything?
right. So I've got to be able to remember at least one family line from over there.
Elric. travel through. He doesn't have Laura Hochland, but in terms of no, it was Ostland he served in. Wasn't
Yes, it was Ostland. Right. There's a town called. You just got to say you need a family name. Oh,
Go heraldry. Can I do that? Check, see if there's anything I can figure out.
Quite far out of your area of knowledge. So I will make it a difficulty 4 test.
Impossible. So I've
Well,
only
you
got
can
10.
crit.
I've only got 10. Oh, I could. Yeah, let's do
Crit.
this.
You've got a lot of. You've got almost a.
It just looked like it could, but
Nice.
yeah.
Close,
No,
but
no.
not quite the case. As you sit there and
That's
you
the
much
bodily
like
crit.
much like good Lucas there, you can't quite pick out one of the family names that's not important. You only really know the big names.
Mm.
Your Ludenhoffs of the world, for example. You're aware of some of the towns. You've got Bergsburg, and there's like Huren that's up there, and you start pulling out. You're like, oh wait a minute. There's also no, that's in Ostland, Achten. Yes,
He's met a Hochlander noble.
he has.
One of the swordfish.
Which one?
Elric doesn't know, but Dan will tell you.
Oh, your
He
fella.
is, yeah.
What's
What's his name again?
Don't ask me. Terrible idea.
Oh,
So while he accesses
it was just
Curran.
Curran.
Yes, he was.
Yeah,
Curran.
Hilton.
Second name?
Curran.
Curran.
Yeah.
All right. Curran the noble.
The impoverished noble on a pilgrimage.
Okay, I have a question.
They won't know.
What if we went the other way? My family probably would have asked for asylum with the current duke. What if we're here to see them? Would that change things? I don't know.
I mean, it would immediately draw the attention of important, powerful people, which might not be what we want.
Sure, okay, but that was not my question. Would it change things?
Well, yeah,
In terms of,
it might change things badly.
Yeah,
It draws the attention of our enemies.
It also-
before
yeah,
we're
we
in the
can't-
city.
No,
But you already have him here.
I see
can't
what
sweat.
you're saying. So
No.
what you're saying is instead of being a group of players or people in the service of an impoverished but pious Hochlander nobleman, we
Right.
would instead be in the employ of the daughter of a diplomat, thus invoking some sort of diplomatic privileges.
Yeah, I'm not from here. I don't pay your taxes. I don't know.
I do not earn money in this backwoods country. You could
Yeah.
say that.
Lower Midland, anyone?
Dwarfs weren't.
Middenheim?
Middenheim is the one we're wanting, not Midland, actually.
Midnight.
Good call. Yeah. Go.
Yeah, but they might not have made
I was
that.
about to say, you might need a crit. The
No.
difficulties.
So-
Highish.
So, crit, total of 8 successes.
And this is how many you need.
Nice.
On a crit, you can score more. So
Okay.
all good.
Well,
Good roll.
So, diplomatic.
Diplomatic
So,
immunity.
diplomatic immunity. Oh man, that's an old movie. If you think
Two.
if she is, and as you think on it, there's no if. She is the daughter of an ambassador, not just a diplomat, the ambassador, which means she counts as diplomatic staff, which means that she is exempt from all local taxes. Taxes are levied directly at the state in question, not the individual. So it's recorded and the fee then goes up, which would mean the fee would go to presumably Nippon somehow, i.e. her mum, because she's the representative of Nippon.
And
Let's
they,
tidy you up.
and they know we're telling the truth because they've got a light with her.
Yeah.
Also, they know we're telling the truth because we're going to make her look so fancy.
Oh yes.
Would we all then need to
What
enter
for?
her service?
Yeah, pretty much.
I pledge my allegiance to you. Ruby of House Koishikawa.
Likewise, so it would take
Yeah.
himself.
Bodyguard.
Want it in writing.
It's an alliance.
right, good. Good.
Ally.
Alliance of houses.
Mm-hmm.
Superb.
A plan.
Brilliant plan.
No, actually, though, you might need to do that. Seek sanctuary from the Nipponese. If you do get into trouble as a Jungfreud, that's what you should say when we're down south.
Well, maybe you should say it right now.
Sanctuary.
He doesn't need to give away he's a Jungfreud.
No, but
now.
you say it to her.
Yeah.
And then he can honestly say
Yes, do it.
Mm.
that he's part of her entourage.
Oh, I'd seek sanctuary. Thanks.
Just,
And-
I think it
Lucas
matters.
says, has it been granted?
Yes.
Perfect.
I
that
think
easy?
it matters that
Legally?
we say the words because if
Mm.
they're going to test the truth of what we're saying, we can honestly say,
Do I have to feel it? Oh,
You
I'm
could shake on it.
right.
"Oh, that means you're definitely allies."
Yeah, good.
That's how it works, right?
And Magritte.
And
His-
Magritte. Lady Magritte.
She says, yes, what? Sorry, I was reading.
It's all right.
I
Her
didn't
husband,
quite
her
hear.
fiance has done it for her.
Yeah.
That's all right here.
Yeah, you were speaking on her behalf as well.
No, I
weren't you?
think in
Girl.
terms of agreement, I don't actually have that with Lady Magritte. You sort of, you're still your own.
You,
I
everyone's
am
gonna
indeed
be.
my own political entity.
Yes.
Oh, right. I didn't realize that. Well,
He says,
Would you like to join the group in working for me slash ally,
seeking sanctuary.
seeking sanctuary?
As her
Like,
fiance.
from whom? By seeking sanctuary.
well,
She's
you
fine.
were attacked by Sigmarites. Perhaps that was when you did it.
It was most awful. I require asylum from that terrible situation that one found oneself in.
Of course, my lady. Granted.
That does, however, mean that I am pitching myself against that particular cult, or at the very least, making a public declaration of persecution.
Well, perhaps
Is
just
that what you want?
perhaps just the one that seemed corrupt.
Then this
Or-
is not a systemic issue. If it's not a systemic issue, then I can't apply for asylum. It needs to be a systemic issue.
But you could work for her. You don't have an employer just now.
Yes, I do.
Oh, is it yourself?
No, it's my father.
Right.
Fortunately, that still is legal.
Even after he set the.
Are you thinking of my grandfather?
No, I'm thinking of your father. Didn't your father set the Sigmarites on you in the forest?
Probably. But nevertheless, I have the documentation.
No,
How
it
much
still
did he
stands.
last pay you?
Oh, I have never received any money for that particular
Well,
duty.
well, there we
Well,
go.
that's good.
Yeah,
Well, that's
Fine.
fine.
excellent.
You could just be traveling with us then, my lady.
Of course. She returns to her book.
Just so we're going to get to the gate. You're going to say who you are.
Yes.
You're going to say who you are.
Hello there.
That you're. No. Are you being you, or are you being this made up?
Well, I have been. That is my task. I have to do it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, yeah. Okay, that's good.
But she doesn't need to say anything. She just needs to say she's a Nipponese ambassador's daughter, and do not give extra information before they ask it. That is the first rule of lying.
It wasn't you, May, I'm concerned about.
Right, but everybody, don't speak.
Lucas says, it's absolutely true. The best way to lie is say nothing at all.
Yes.
And you tend to find that when someone's lying, they just say too much.
So
Exactly.
Every time. You can spot them because they say
The daughter-
and then, of course, my daughter did this. And then my son came along and we had an argument. It's like nobody talks like that in real life. They say, let me through, please.
Elric's
someone
going to take off his bracers because he has been wearing them ever since he got them. So they're going in.
and this is my entourage.
No, you don't even need to say that. Just say,
Oh,
I am the Nipponese ambassador's daughter, and I am joining my family. Make way for the royal house of Nippon. In fact, Jiro can say it.
Then you'll have to not pretend to not speak right.
No,
He can say it in
you
Nipponese.
could say in Nipponese, and that's even more. You know, it's bamboozle. It's an expectation that we should be here, and they should understand who you are, and you're very important.
That's true.
I do not recommend, he says in Nipponese, that you tell them that they have sworn to the service of a demon.
All right. Oh, no,
Oh,
he
so
said
we
He
don't-
did not
we
say
don't
that.
do
He
that.
said that in Nipponese.
Exactly.
I feel like we should
like
pick
that.
up the word demon, though.
Yeah.
Very possibly. He just said the very thing that you just said to say.
right.
That sounds good. That sounded really authentic.
Yeah, no, yeah, perfect,
Is he on
He
board?
just nods once.
Ah, yeah, see, he's
lovely.
fine.
Yeah, he's
Right.
on board. Great.
No H's, though.
Please say something that is true in Nipponese as a statement so that the light wizard will say that it's the truth.
Are you saying that in Reichsfield? What
Yes.
about that you are of the royal household of Nippon and here on a diplomatic expedition and they should make way?
Is that a lie, though?
Not here on diplomatic.
But by her very nature, she's here on a diplomatic
not a
mission
lie.
to find her parent.
Who are diplomats?
Do you think that's true? 'Cause I don't think it really matters whether it is true or not. It's whether
Gotta
you
believe
believe
it.
it's true.
Could see that.
It is a lie.
Right, Jira, you're a problem now.
You don't.
Then he needs
Yeah,
to
he said it in
think.
Nipponese.
No,
so-
oh, okay.
Yeah, he only speaks
See,
Nipponese.
sounds great.
He even nodded.
Just tell him to say something that's true.
Yeah, I mean, he can understand us. Just say something that is true and slightly not problematic in case there is someone who speaks Japanese, like telling them that I'm a demon. That would be pretty helpful in stopping me from being, killed.
Yeah, don't mention the D word. There's a good chap.
You never said that part out loud, so you've got no reason to mention it.
Well, I've said this
Oh,
bit
you-
in
Yeah, I was just
Right,
going to
got you. I misunderstood.
Yes.
Got you.
Yeah.
It might be like a G word.
Or an H word. Oh, don't say it.
Would that work?
You can't say
He
we don't
says.
take on board your feedback.
Okay. That's fine.
We've got a plan. Let's do it. Stop pissing around. Let's go.
Yeah, let's hurry up and wait in the line.
The hurrying up and waiting in the line goes exactly as planned. The line progresses slowly. You make your way through it slowly.
Although Elric is in a cloak, he has put like a long sleeve tunic on because he's also aware of quite
And
obvious magic. tactics.
as you get closer, you can see the process. Everyone is spoken to individually. Everybody is pulled apart individually and questioned. The questions are pretty simple, though. Are you one of those three things? If the answer is no, you just pay a standard tax. If the answer is yes,
Yeah, perfect.
they then calculate a tax. And the tax can be pretty wide in terms of where it lands. One person says yes to being a priest. You can quite hear them, you elfy Sigmarite folks. Just up ahead goes, I am. And they say, so, how much do you earn a month? Nothing. Right. Yes, maybe 50. 28 crowns, please.
Oh my gosh.
As he goes, "Wait, what? 28 crowns? That's how much taxes you pay when you turn around like the rest of them." He turns around like the rest of them, looking really quite peeved.
Although Sigfeder didn't come back, right? So we
No,
know that
Big Fender
lying,
did not come back.
lying can work.
I feel pretty good about this.
I still think we should go with the Yume plan first.
Well, we're all individual. So
No, but
Feel-
if he
feel a bit
goes
split.
first, then the whole point is she'll say,
That person, that person, that person, that person.
these
with me.
people are my
Retinue.
retinue.
fuck one person over massively.
And we
Don't know him.
and they may calculate that separately, and we go, "That's great." Charge that to the Nipponese
That's
embassy.
important.
Your
And
plan
you can say that with a kind of
is
dismissive
without
way.
flaw. So, my flawless representative of said plan, do step forward.
Okay.
When you eventually arrive there, there's a few things to say. One, this gate is big. Actually reminds you a little bit of Black Rock back in Ubersreich. The main gate making its way into Black Rock Castle. In Ubersreich, it's proper big. And this reminds you of it, but on a slightly grander scale and a far greyer scale. Not the good, solid black rock, strangely enough, that you'd get down your way. Wolves inscribed all around it, and text of some sort going down either side. None of you are strong readers of Teutognan, I
No.
believe.
I do have
Yes?
a question though.
Question?
So as I'm dressed appropriately,
Yes.
and she's masquerade. No, she is an imperial royal. Can I use beneath notice and stealth to just be, an entertainer in her retinue?
That's exactly what those talents are for. They won't pay attention to you at all,
Same.
assuming this pulls off.
With Lucas then, because he has a similar-
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You'll be head down. Don't look at me. I'm nobody important. Absolutely not. As you step forward to the large groups of guards, they are channeling people into parties, and one party will move through in one line. So in your case, you will all be moved into one line, and you can shuffle yourself forward first. Clearly, this is done so that there is going to be any sort of representation. Presumably, the first one that is pushed forward is going to make said representation on behalf of their group. As the thoroughly bored-looking guard wearing blue and white stained uniform, big heavy moustache and a long beard, and two of his teeth missing in the front, looks at you and says, "Have you ever been, or are you?" He says, Are you an elf?" He says, "Oh, yeah, but we got room for elf."
She'll just bow. And then look at you.
Are you a baby elf? He says, "I've never seen no baby elf."
If Jiro is not with her, she'll bring.
Jiro steps forward and makes a pronouncement.
Excellent.
And says, "This is a female Nipponese girl before you. She was born in the pond. That is definitely true. I was there and bore witness to said birth. There were many complaints at the time, but those complaints were not addressed. She was born.
So much shade.
She is still alive. She has parents."
I like people to introduce me like that in real life.
Right, first thing, I don't speak no elf. He says, so I can't, I'll need to get translator. He says, so you wait here, I'll get translator. Turns around, you can quite clearly hear him go, say, bloody baby elf. Oh, bloody hell. I've never seen a baby elf before.
She'll turn around and shrug at the rest of the group.
Like each other.
This has already gone way.
No, stick with it. Just stick with it.
You hear up ahead, there's a baby elf out front. Does anyone speak elf? Is the captain here? And you hear, hey, bloody gonna come down for no bloody elf. Says, well, she's only speaking, well, one of them's only speaking elf. He says, well, is she a priest? I don't know if even of them. Well, just charge her. Right, but what rate? He says, well, how many legs she got? 2, I think. Wait a minute. 2. Says, well, that'll be, they got any instruments on her? No. Then 2 crowns. Right, you are. Comes out. 2 crowns. Looks at you. As a hero says, I am now not unleashing a string of invectives at the diplomatic crisis that yawns before.
I'm assuming that's in Nipponese.
Yes.
Thank goodness.
No, sorry. He says, we don't have no one who can speak elf. The double negative really upsets me. He says, that means they do. I think I speak his language better than him. Oh. Wait a minute. And he turns and he goes back in again. The elf don't like it. He says, the elf don't like it one bit. And you hear, oh, bloody hell, I'll go call the captain. Comes back. And he says, very sorry, we don't, I'm calling me captain. As he goes, Right. Well, maybe I can get someone else to come forward.
We all clump up round you, mate.
Are you all together?
Aye.
Right. Right.
Elric's perplexed.
Didn't get the memo.
No.
And the next one comes up. Oh. Right. Children. You're going to need... do you have yourself as he starts working his way through?
How much are the children?
They are not allowed in unless they are brought in by an adult.
But do you still have to pay for them?
Pardon? Oh, yeah.
How much?
We're about to find out.
Yeah, let's find out. This could be
They
the way
have
to
no
go.
adult.
I don't know.
They get turned away.
Yeah, but if you have an adult,
Yeah, but
do you get...
you don't know.
Because this
They
lot,
don't give
These
an
lot
answer.
don't have an adult.
They don't have an adult. Yeah,
Bunch of
quite.
kids.
if they got a lot of money, we could be their adults.
Yeah.
Are you rich, kid?
Off they
I
go.
won't lie, but I'll take money from kids. I draw my line.
One of them starts crying because they're not going to be able to get into their mum.
Oh, that's
I
bad.
can't have this.
A man comes out with a particularly large belly, big blonde moustache, a big blue feather in his helmet, which is slightly askew upon his head. Comes down, looks at you, looks at him. Not a bloody elf, bloody idiot. And, well, they were speaking elf. No, not an elf. Look, that's an elf. Blithering idiot. Do you speak Reichspiel? He says, do you speak?
And she'll smile and just nod.
Right. This is all a party.
We've also like snuck the kids in. You, me, and Alan and wife weren't happy that one of the kids wasn't going to get their mom.
Right. Looks, right. You look like the right sort of person to. Oh no, you're blind. No, an elf. Oh no, you very tall. No, obviously I don't want to touch you.
Hawkswinder.
I've got the hood pulled over.
No, I'm going back to you. I've got my circuit.
Wow.
I'm back to you.
I mean, I don't know whether to be flattered or offended or both.
We didn't even say anything about Elven.
No, it's just
An instant dismissal.
No. Excuse me, Father. Could you? Right, yes. Are your ears damaged? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. perfectly.
Very good. Did you speak to this one? No. Right. So, could you please elucidate? No, sorry, pardon me. Could you please explain that? That will do. Well, what exactly is Ballywell going on here? He says, well, what even is this? We have a ragamuffin saying things, and we have some non-ragamuffins saying other things, and then we have this, and elves, and an actual elf, and children.
Forgive me, is it Captain? Is it?
He says, yes.
I believe you wouldn't want to cause a diplomatic incident by calling the daughter of the Nipponese ambassador a ragamuffin.
Is she? Oh dear. Oh.
She'll smile and nod.
Yes. He said, yes, of course. Diplomat? Right.
Daughter of the ambassador.
Ambassador. Oh, right. Well, I say. Right. We have one of those in the palace. Yes, right. Right, well, they'll be able to clear this up. I will, we'll go get some words sent. It'll be fine. Perfect. Yes.
I'm serving as a guide. I am from, or have spent some time in this.
Oh, no, we will need to have confirmation. Yes. Perfect. Right. Right. Oh, we need more. We can't just have you sitting here. Right, if you come in, we'll give you a nice little table to sit at, and then we will. What's that? We will just wait. Yes, marvelous. Very good to meet you. Very good. Yes. I have heard of your mother and father. They are apparently very nice people. Yes. Very well done. As he makes his way. Oh, please, follow me. Do we not? No. Look at the way she smiles. Clearly, ambassadorial things. Right, sir. Looks at you, and he starts uncomfortably bowing his head. Jiro does not bow at him.
I really like doing that. Can we keep this up?
As you're led into wide, relatively large room that is held within the walls itself. All nicely lit. As he said, have yourself some seats. Everyone make space. No breaks. You can all go out front. Go help in the queuing. Come. Go. Right, we shall, right. What sort of, food. I mean, is there any sort of,
We're fasting, as is the tradition.
Excellent. Then I shall fetch some beer.
The beer, I believe, would be.
Oh, good. Yeah, excellent.
You may have any evidence that she is who she says she is.
Yeah. You
So
know,
you could just show him that.
like he'd know what
Like
that
he
was.
would
Oh,
Also, he's not worthy to look at him.
oh, sorry.
I mean, wow. Wow, and then am I.
This
I mean,
is
really?
above my pay grade sort of thing. I need somebody else who's, yeah.
Birdie
This
will,
is someone else's problem.
You're here on the outside. Bloody well, go get some beer, and we need good stuff. You know, not the swill we serve everyone else. So go up to the mess and get something, or wine or anything. Right. So
Did we create enough of a distraction that the kiddies could just run away?
kiddies are all with you.
But they're
Quiet.
in.
they're in.
You could just release them.
When the captain comes back, Birdie will ostentatiously dust off a chair and then offer it to you.
Are we, so the room that we're in,
Yes.
is it sort of like a gatehouse? Like
It's within the gatehouse, and there's a good almost 80 yards to pass through before you even pass the gate. The walls are impossibly big.
So we're still on the outside.
Yeah, I mean,
outside of it.
you've got to go
So
through.
shit.
It's an
Okay.
enormous
You
gatehouse.
can't just whip out Barracool, cut a hole in the wall, and sneak out while they're away.
Is there a
Truly
good picture? Is there a good sort of people-sized picture somewhere that we could do that?
big. There is not. That would be awesome.
More a tapestry.
Yeah, exactly.
The kids and find out where their parents are and all that.
Their parents are on the inside. They went out to go and fetch their dog because it got left on the outside. One of them is the big grown-up kid. They're lying through their teeth.
Yeah, where's the dog?
Where is the dog? So are your parents inside?
They've clearly decided that not talking is the best way to lie.
Who they learned that from?
Yeah.
Did I say that loudly?
All right. Do we want to actually sort of get this stuff involved in terms of getting your parents being very aware that we're
I
here?
believe that horse is bolted.
What?
I believe that horse has bolted.
Yes, I know, but actually, they may know that we're in the city, but they don't exactly know where we are at this current stage. But if we get to the point of the
door
guy
opens.
going in, okay,
Trees.
oh no,
Excellent.
Do you like living in Hochland?
And he goes, all right.
From Auckland.
Is he from Auckland? He says,
You should
it's a
hear
horrible
his-
place.
You should hear his accent. It is funny.
Have you ever been to Wise Hills? I think that's what they're called. You know, apparently they're all white. Is that true?
aye.
Oh, there you go. He says, who am I pouring for? Jiro slaps him in the face.
Only
Everybody
he's allowed,
bow.
only he's allowed to say the ambassador's daughter.
As he pours a small bit, drinks it, shakes his head. What does that mean?
I think it means the quality's not up to his standard.
He stands there. Right.
You can leave it here, though. It'll be fine.
But we can't
The
drink
rest
until
of
she's
us.
been served up.
Right. He goes over the door. Part of the quality's not. Oh, what do you mean the quality's not good enough? What does she want? Go find wine. Anything. Water, even. Go draw something from one of the wells. Anything.
Do we want to do the whole? I now know what this is. Looking back, I just thought this is how people behaved, but I did this many a time. If I didn't really want to do anything, I'd just get a bit stroppy, and people would start doing things for me. Do we want to do that now? So we just say that you're tired of waiting around in this, even though you've been in for 30 seconds, but, you know. And then we kick off, and the gentleman out there obviously panics, and then we're through. So
They'll probably
we
just follow us, though, won't they?
well, we can give them a slip.
Warning,
Big
being
city.
irritating.
Alan's wife's too
Big
busy
city.
setting up her new spy ring. Giving them food. She's got
Fagin.
food. Them food.
Pick up on
What's your name?
You're not talking.
I'll convince them.
Do yourself charm test. Oh, dice to my willpower test.
Oh my god, I rolled a crit too.
Tonight.
What a weird night. 9, 10, 11 successes.
They love you.
You're their
They
new mom
still
now.
don't talk.
Wow.
Interesting.
They do eat though.
I'm gonna have to break out the flute.
Oh.
Why is the
Now we get Piper Hammond, yeah.
Come, little children.
You may will try and keep her voice down and just be like, we could ask for a coach and just say that they're waiting for us. And then
He said they need. They're not just going to take the word of us.
No, but if you kick up enough of a fuss.
It's easy if you're a recognizable noble.
No, just in general.
That might be a coach.
Echoing hoofs coming down through the long passageway.
Can I hear
Clop, clop,
any
clop,
more
clop,
details?
clop, 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 clop. Yep. Movement of armor. Clop, clop, it's knights. Clop, 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 clop. Definitely knights.
Coming
Clop, clop,
out
clop.
of the city,
Perception
like,
test.
towards us.
The problem is I've only got nuts and seeds and children like
Oh,
chocolate.
crit!
Oh, nice.
Oh my god, it's a
I
night
can
of
help you
crits.
with that.
4,
Two
8,
apiece,
Yeah,
11 successes.
Sweet. Then I shall give you something that would not normally be at all perceptible. Not only can you pick out about 10 knights making their way down, judging by the way that their armor is shifting and moving, you would immediately place them as being either White Wolves or Knights Panther. One or the other, because they've clearly got pelts muffling some of the way their armor is shifting. And the more you listen, the more you can hear that muffled clank across the top. But what's giving it away is the way they're moving. Their heads are shifting, and it's causing scrapes.
So therefore, Knights Panther.
Knights Panther.
Because the helmets.
Knights Panther.
There's Knights Panther coming. About 10 of them.
What, coming here or just passing through?
Coming here. They're tight with the graph.
Should have brought my towel.
What?
I have a Knight's Panther towel.
What?
You remember from... Oh,
Oh,
doesn't
that
matter.
one. I didn't realise that was... Is it
Well,
branded?
I've got a few. Yeah, it is.
Is it? I didn't know that. That's cool. Fair enough.
But what I'm saying is they're tight with the Toddbringers, so potentially they've been sent from the palace. They might just be passing through, but
Yeah,
just...
they have to come through here. So,
Mm.
well,
But this isn't... Yeah. I mean, they might just be passing through.
Crump. Hello, sir. And you hear a voice. We've been sent by the palace because apparently there is a daughter of an ambassador here. Is that the truth, Captain? As he looks. I don't know you. Oh, right. He says, well, of course, no, we've never met. Right. I don't want to hear your sniveling little snobby nose comments. Oh, right. Says, who exactly do we have? Apparently, daughter of the Scampanese or something, ambassador, something.
yeah, sure, Scampanese.
As he
It's
goes,
sauce.
Nipponese. Yes, yes, right. Well, we have one of them with us. Jiro. Dan's just a little bit
You are
taller.
good.
Sucking the guys with the ears.
Yeah.
Elemental
some
White
kind of
blends
long
into the
con.
background a little.
You say the word, you may will get you out of here.
You may well stand this one.
Yes, sir, this way. They're apparently in here. You two are hearing this clearly. Everyone else is just muffled noises on the outside.
They're coming. I think they have.
And a voice says, "We're going this way."
You might,
Yes, sir.
You guys might need to bow really low.
No,
Okay.
on it.
As Jiro says in Reichspiel, if it is a man, bow to your waist. If it is a woman, prostrate yourself on the floor and place your forehead to the stone, arms wide to either side, and do not look at her.
That I can do.
How would we know if it's a woman then?
You'll know. So he just stands looking at the floor by the door.
Should I put my shoes on?
Did I? No, the only voice I've heard is the knight, right?
Yeah. And no, there was a second voice,
Did that second voice sound male or female?
male.
He said, "Sir."
Yeah.
Um,
I think it's a man.
He says, then bow deeply.
Clipboard will strip test how far he can bow in armor.
Yeah.
As he waits. The door opens and a Knight's Panther enters. His helmet has been taken off and he's holding it underneath his arm. You know that Knight's Panther have a tradition where they will place atop their helm their most impressive kill. Now, obviously, if they've only killed a rat, they're not going to put a little rat up there. It's when they have done something impressive and their order recognizes it. And they have dispensation from Imperial Writ from over 1,000 years ago to display demon, to display anything that they have killed. Whenever they display something that is considered to be blasphemous or unholy, they have to go to the Cult of Sigmar. And you have even seen helmets of that ilk, demon faces and horrors sitting atop them, all of which have been blessed by the Cult of Sigmar, because it is said that it will instill fear into the creatures that they have previously killed. And you don't know if that's true or not, but it's always struck you as vaguely impressive. Now, this man, what does he have? You could swear it's a fucking dragon. You could swear. Swept back wings right on it, head curling down around the front, and it's impressive in gold. You could swear he's got a dragon on his helm. And if that's true, he's either the luckiest man ever, in that he, I don't know, kill stealed from someone else, or alternatively, the dude has got some skills.
Or he's a very good liar.
Or that's the actual size of the dragon.
Stomp on it.
As he comes in, looks around the room, sees you, and bows with a creak of his armor. Jiro, in turn, does not, just looks at him as he says, Yep. We should send him in. And then from behind you hear, you can come forward. And it's your father.
Yep.
Jiro bows. So,
Wow.
Yeah.
she recognizes him, but you do not. Who is this man? He is a man who is dressed in Nipponese finery. Long, wide trews decorated around their entire length with curled fish made of gold. Up his trouser sides, there is a swirled pattern on his shoulders. Why are they so wide? But they're wide. That much is certain. And sitting on the front here, again, curled fish, looking like they're about to eat each other. On both sides. As he comes in, looks round the room. Thin moustache. Hair up. Shaved back here completely. He looks like he's in his... Hell. Gerhard, you'd play some 20s. You'd play some 20s. He does not look like he is the Cripes. Been a long time since you've seen him. You've seen him before. You've seen him before at court. He looks no different at all. It's like the dude has an ace. There's not a single grey hair on his head. Maybe he dyes it. Not a single wrinkle around his eyes. Maybe he...
Irons them.
Maybe he...
Good thing you'll know his name, right?
Oh, yeah.
As he looks over, and then looks over at Jiro and smiles and says in Nipponese, I really hope she hasn't been causing you too many problems. Jiro says, none. Says, you are a liar in Nipponese, but I thank you for it, old friend. Notes once. She has been, as you can see, reluctant. He looks over at you. What are you wearing?
I had no time to get any clothes.
Wise. We heard you were dead.
I ran away.
On the side. Is this... And then he says in Reichspiel out loud, yes, this is my daughter. Well, I'm very pleased to hear that she is back in your, yes. Oh, good. So you'll be taking control of the situation, I suppose, he says. Yes. Good. Well, we're all finished here. And looks towards you. An absolute delight to meet you, Your Imperial Highness. At once. So, as Jiro not look happy at all. And a Nipponese. Who are they?
By the way, she's speaking in very formal, very respectful Nipponese. It's kind of hard to translate into English, so I won't add all the frivolities to it, but just imagine them.
Could we tell?
No.
No, but
He, however, is speaking bluntly.
for the viewers, they are those who have aided me thus far, and my friends and allies. You may
A half smile creeps across his face. Friend.
you may recognize one of them, Father.
Oh, I do. The one you were trying to kiss behind the curtains, is it?
That was a long time ago, Father, but
Then why are you blushing?
perceptive as always, Father.
Yeah, I'd say.
He is to be
Jiro, is there
wed.
anything I should be aware of? Jiro. He says, is there anything my wife should be aware of? Absolutely, yes. You know that we disagree on this point. Then looks at you. Have you behaved honorably? You know that he is in code saying, are any of these people your lover?
Yes.
He has behaved honorably.
Yes.
To clarify.
Yeah. Not to the yes to the no.
Yeah.
Look at you. Let's see if your mother believes you. Then turns around, I'm taking all of them into my custody. Take them to the Kralaplatz.
Poor kids.
That's what you get for lying.
Wow. And this is how our party finds themselves being escorted through the long tunnel to the 3 coaches that are on the other side, all of which bear the colours of the Knights Panther. They're deep blue with golden panther heads, with each head having a crown atop it. Anyone with Lower Middenheim will automatically, without even needing to roll, know that that means they are the personal guard of the Graf himself.
I think we already knew that from your Altdorf tale.
Yeah.
Personal.
One step closer to meeting the princess.
It is somewhat of a rubbernecking journey for those of you who've never done this one before, in that there's quite a lot of things to look at and peer at, and the interesting route that this takes to the palace. It doesn't just go across, up, and then over some bridges. It goes down a bit, and then up, and then it goes up, a relatively steep incline, clop, 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 whips going out to make sure that nobody gets in their way. It's also surprisingly busy city. Perhaps not that surprising given that festival starts the next day and Carnival begins. But nevertheless, there's a lot of people out. Jugglers are juggling, wearing motley, much like yourself. There's many a street preacher a preaching. One of them preaching about the shadow of the horned rat as you pass by.
Oh.
And you hear that quite clearly, those of you with any ears at all. Don't even need to have acute sense to catch that one, as then you're past it.
See, on our way out,
Yes.
is the captain of the state army still nearby?
Oh, no. Oh, on the way out. Yeah. He'll be watching.
Just enough that Leopold wants to make a point of like thanking him.
Nothing to thank for.
Sneak out again in the future. Might be
Always good to have that. Boy. Nailed it. It slowly curves, it goes across a bridge, you pass more entertainers, a whole set of players who are retelling the tale, apparently, of Ulrich, who they are representing with a man with a big wolf cloak on, that with the wolf head sitting on him, carrying what can only be described as a very bad stage axe. It looks like it has been made out of bits of wood just wrapped together with string, because it has. As he holds his big axe and threatens to behead some poor woman that's on the ground. As she goes up, "Don't, my brother," as it passes by.
Leopold attempt to listen to
You're
it
around the
before
corner and away too already. As you're making your way through more curved roads and eventually, whoa, there up ahead is the walls of the High Temple of Ulrich. It's one thing to look at it from a distance from down below. It's quite another to look at it up close. They're high to begin with, very high, but it's the length of them, which you can see in all their glory with the open square in front of it. For all space might be tight, this building is almost 200 yards in length and wall. Big square setting off to the side. Wolves everywhere. Gigantic rampant wolves near the front of it. And the temple itself soaring above that. This looks like it's literally a fort within a fort. And a big one. It could possibly hold thousands upon thousands. As to how many are actually in there, who can say? But on the outside, you can see that there's a bunch of white wolves, all of which are wearing lacquered red plate armor. Some of them are just lounging around. Others are galloping around in circles in the squares, using what looks like long hockey stick type things, as they're whacking at each other, not at any ball or any other. They're just whacking at each other and attempting to dodge it out the way. They are only wearing a single breastplate. The rest of them is bare. Their arms are thicker than any of yours legs, because these people constantly are at it.
The reverse Leopolds.
Yeah.
Only breastplate.
So they reverse Leopold in circles with only their breastplates.
Yeah, so can I ask a question? So obviously this is the first time Leopold's been back since he got his oracular vision, and he is constantly aware of the presence of the silver flame.
Very close.
What is it like at this point? Like, can he perceive it quite clearly?
No, he just knows the direction. Yeah. It's just as clear as it is before. It doesn't feel closer or further away, but then it shifts as he moves around it, because you are about to pass it.
I mean, because also we're getting closer, and he can also perceive things through walls. So I just wondered whether, there was any...
The walls are too thick. I can't perceive anything through them. It's just too thick. Interesting. It's fascinating as you're on.
And, well, will it be holy ground to Ulrich, probably?
Yeah.
So that'll be
acting as a barrier in and of itself. As you pass that and then start heading uphill.
What, are we? Presumably we're not all the same.
And then down. No, you're in 3 coaches.
Yeah. Well, whoever's in my coach, Leopold will just say, big enough that they can play Middenheim inside there, pointing at the temple.
That is an Elven invention.
Obviously.
Down the hill on the other side, as they then make their way up towards the long incline up towards the palace itself. Clop, 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 clop. Until eventually it passes through a wide open square with really hard to not call them very tightly built mansions all around it, and towards the main gates of the palace itself. They just go straight through. There's no pause, there's no request, there's no call out, there's nothing else. They just drive straight through with the knights at the front leading them, and they pass by walls there and head off towards a smaller, tall palace off towards the side. Pretty impressive looking at that. Again, wolves everywhere.
I need to mess
I
up my
feeling
hair.
about that.
At the base of this tower are 2 Knights Panther, palace, who are by the gates, and there is no sign of any Nipponese influence at all. Your father is not riding with you. Jiro is. He's riding on his own horse. As we eventually arrive, father gets down, does some hand signals. Jiro moves forward and then just stops in front of the door. as your father goes in, presumably to speak to your mother.
Quick, everyone, come.
Run!
Did her father never gave a second look to Magritte? Because they
Nope.
met, right?
No,
Yeah.
not a second look.
Yeah. Well, I mean, she probably had her head in a book. Hiding.
The kids do this. One of them even speaks. Tell our mother.
Birdie reaches into her coat and pulls out a couple of not bits of seed and
Like
but actual sweets, and sort of offers them on.
You try charming them.
Where do you guys need to get to? To the kids while we're waiting.
They're not talking.
Can't help you if you don't tell us.
They're not talking. And the palace doors open. Next Panther. And in the middle of them, it's your mother. And she's wearing white. And no other color at all. Just white. Her face is as white, fading off into red. Pearls hang down. There has been a significant and important death. And much more than just the embassy. Much more. That means that one of your family has died.
Is it possible that she was in mourning for my death up until that?
Very possibly. Although you think she would probably have changed.
Yeah. Might not have that time, but
That is an imperial death. Not just a death, an imperial death. Interestingly, though, your father is not similarly attired. Cluck, 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 click, 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 as she comes forward. All the knights around you look away.
We're not supposed to be looking at her, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. Do the full thing.
And she stops before you.
you will bow down, but not her forehead on the ground. Like still looking down, but
Beautiful daughter, he says, my eyes are made weary by this sight.
forgive me, mother. This is the only clothes I had.
And she turns round, quickly, as you can see outside, your dad goes. And then comes up beside her and whispers something. Oh, you can hear all those Nipponese words. They are so Nipponese.
Should I taught you some of them?
Definitely. As she stops, shakes her head.
Tough cookie.
He just nods once, turns round, his face relatively stern. Strides forward. Again, all the knights look away. And he says in Nipponese, they don't know who I am, and we're keeping it that way. Do you understand, dutiful daughter?
Of course. How should I refer to you then, Father?
Father will do. And then he says, Jiro! Jiro scuttles forward.
Bows down.
Go and speak to the Honourable Ambassador. And he goes off. Which of these are yours?
Everyone but the children.
Where did the children come from?
I believe the elf took pity on them.
The elf took pity.
Yes.
I see. And the elf can stay on the outside. We will not have liars with us. I am done with their face, their mask, and their lack of respect.
Father, if I may, she has the ability to stop us from being scried. I believe it would be prudent to have her near us. Perhaps in the room next door, if you wish.
Yes, you're just like your mother. Take in your pets. He says, they can come with you. Are they safe?
Yes.
Well, we'll see. Which is how you get into the Kerala Palace.
Nice.
You better be safe.
He's such a racist. He's an elf.
I mean, he's also correct, though. In
wrong,
your
right?
case.
Wow, the party justifies racism.
Hey, but
Literally,
You did lie. You do. You lie all the time.
Hardly.
Look
The
at all the
Kerala
money you
Palace
saved.
has a particularly impressive bloody claw mark. Huge one at that, made of a mosaic on the floor.
Oh.
With what appears to be, near the base of it, some sort of glittery red jewels used to show just how much light that blood would reflect. Possibly rubies, although that looks like it would be exceedingly expensive if that were the case.
Evaluate.
Evaluate won't give you it. You'll need to have yourself the lore appropriate, like mineralogy or something similar. If it were rubies, though, you could cost it. That's what evaluate would give you.
I assume that they're rubies.
So on the assumption they're rubies, this is somewhere in the region of around about an easy million and a half gold crowns just for the flooring. Assuming they are rubies. They could be other things, of
sure.
course.
Garnets.
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
the red things.
But they need to be hard wearing, whatever they are, I presume. The main hall itself has tall, about 15-foot high paintings, each one of them showing the Elricsburg itself with Middenheim atop it and a figure standing in front with something. That something might be a whippet. It might be an eagle. It might be a wolf. It might be almost any other type of animal. Clearly, they all have a favorite of some sort. They all, as a group of men, clearly like their beards. Or alternatively, as a group of women, like their long hair, often braided. Hair length appears to be something of societal importance, which you all kind of know. They are relatively well rendered to your eye. One of them, that one's good. In fact, very good, Lord of the Arts.
Yeah, let's see if my lore arts is actually advanced enough.
That used to be your best skill.
It was for a while, wasn't it? It's not now. 2 successes, but only 5
Not enough.
advances.
Yeah.
Pity.
You've changed.
Tell me about it. I rebuilt my entire character.
Or just learned how the rules actually work.
Was useful.
It does help. As you're left there for a moment while the father stops, turns to one of the knights and says in almost unaccented Reichspiel, should we take them through to the withdrawing room? Is that the blue one or is that the claw one? And the knight there says, it's not the blue room, it's the tower chamber. And yes, I would suggest that would be appropriate for your daughter. It says, and as for the rest of the party, perhaps it would be wiser to move them through to the withdrawing room. He says, no, they'll all be going with my daughter. Of course. He says, you can lead them through. And Dragon Helmet Boy responds to the lead them through and says, if you could all please come this way, as if he's just a servant that killed a dragon. I mean, really? As he click, moves through to a particularly well-appointed withdrawing chamber. It's decorated on the walls in blue and gold. And it has a painting on the far wall that quite literally is breathtaking. One of the finest you've ever seen in your life. And again, the Ulrichsburg, they clearly like going Middenheim. And dragons being slaughtered in great numbers by blue and white wearing Middenlanders, Middenheimers, you're not sure which, as they are spearing them down as if they're nothing. The dragons are all either green or red. Clearly some sort of depiction of an earlier war with Drakvald.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Are we? Is the Knights Panther there?
He's standing by the door. Yeah.
Good Sir Knight, would you do us the honor of telling us the story behind your decorative piece?
There's a slight smile. He is, you would guess,
Oh, and your name. If
40s?
Mm.
40s, you guess? Maybe? As he looks at you and he says, you clearly don't know a great deal about my order, do you?
Not much, no.
No. It is considered impolite to ask.
Well, I apologize.
As for my name, he says, Sir Elry.
Oh.
Of House Torlokel. But, he says, so that you don't gossip, I did indeed take down a drake. Says it was on one of our patrols, not far from Frote, town in Nordland. It had been awakened by passing greenskins and had been terrorizing the local community. I led a small squad out and we did what we had to do. There were casualties that day. It was unfortunate. It was not a day of glory. We simply were doing what we needed to do.
Thank you.
Father comes in. Says nipping. Your mother is livid.
He looks pleased about that.
He does have an almost smile.
Whatever
on
he
his face.
just said to you, mate.
As he comes in, and he comes over
You a sigh.
and sits down beside you. So do they realize just quite how royal you are? Have you told them?
I have, but I don't think they understand.
No, I don't think they do either. Let's just keep it that way. I think probably for the best, he says. Can you get us some wine, please? As the knight comes forward and immediately starts pouring wine.
Jiro may also have told them that I'm
A what?
a demon. Were his words. So
As he, what did Jiro say? A demon.
No judgment.
Places goblet down. Well, at least I don't need to drink the swill. Hands up, and walks out.
What is happening?
Yes. Should we have a sort of code, like a hand signal, if the conversation's going well? Sort of like you keep your hand level, and then if it's going badly, you put it into a fist, and we're ready to sort of
Run.
run or
are
fight or just to do something, you know?
Are you in trouble? Is everything all right? He seems quite happy. You don't. Very confusing.
my parents have an interesting relationship.
We check, is the knight still here?
Yes.
Oh, corner.
Whoops.
Yeah.
Keep the conversation low.
Yeah.
Okay.
My mother is angry, but I would be surprised if she wasn't. What you need to know, my father and mother disagree on many things, but she is representative of.
And upstairs, you hear quite loudly, I will not be respectful to that! From your mother. And you hear nothing in reply. You do. You do. There's definitely words. And then your mother quite shrilly, absolutely not.
They love each other very much, but disagree very vehemently.
What did she say?
I can't hear the rest of the conversation, so it's hard to say. She's just disagreeing. She is in mourning. I considered perhaps it was for me, but she would have changed So perhaps a different
Yes.
imperial family
Your
member has
sister?
died. I do not know.
You
But
have a sister.
I have an older sister. Yes. But that might make her mood worse because that puts a lot more pressure on us. Just don't say anything.
Absolutely not! You hear from above, and the knight goes, then immediately moves back again.
Beautiful language.
I have a plan in case things go really badly, but I kind of want to see what she has to say first before we tell her everything.
Element will sidle up to the knight.
He looks at you and he says, yes,
Do you know Rolani?
personally, no, but I am aware of him.
Could you, if you happen to see him, give him a message?
I could. If I happen to see him, give him a message, yes.
Oh, excellent. Tell him that the moon has risen and she has come.
Subtle.
Might I suggest you simply tell him yourself?
Which
I
I
could have
mean-
him summoned.
Oh, excellent. Thank you.
Don't run into my son. I'll get him to come to us.
That's not my son.
Well, you never told us his name.
That's a different elf.
Right.
I'll
Okay.
do the same thing.
Do your parents read?
Do not dare! You hear from above.
She's
Come upon family rank in this particular thing. I have the rank. No, you do not. You do not. You do not. She says.
Father is trying to disagree with her. They're probably especially mad at you, so I would shrink back as much as possible.
What? What did I do?
Well, they knew us as kids, Gerhard. What do you think?
Oh, okay.
Well, just
Well,
tell
that's
them.
fine.
What?
Just
You
Tell them he is engaged to be married to this fine
His
lady.
fiancé, yes. In fact, perhaps you two should stand closer together.
Yes.
Marguerite sits up and says, I will not mind if he sits beside me.
Sit
Oh,
beside him.
that's romance.
It's so steamy in here.
Proper right hand romance.
Put your gaze above.
I'm going to put my hood up and sit next to her.
And you're going to get a book out and read as well.
Yeah, probably.
Guys, for adorable.
Did it?
She returns to reading.
Have we talked about the whole? I can't remember where I've got this information from. But isn't potentially one of your parents?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Do we all know that? I
Yes.
can't remember that.
Yes.
Yeah,
Well,
well, Magritte told
Magritte-
us.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. Yeah.
Magritte accused.
okay.
One of
me.
the, not necessarily that cult, but,
But
definitely
something.
potentially corrupt.
Perhaps it would
Okay.
be even better if you and your fiance stayed outside.
Well,
Well, they met her and she tried to kill them.
yeah, that is strange.
Did you not?
Yes.
Right.
But
They've done
then you
nothing-
got given a gift, so surely
Yes.
that was smoothed over in a most Reichlander of fashion.
Is that good? If you
I still bear a grudge.
okay.
Do you think they'll still bear a grudge?
I'm sure we'll find out.
Are you
Says-
going to?
Is
We're
and this is
currently
an
under
hour
orders to stay
in.
inside the room, so I shall do as I'm ordered.
Is her idea of them being corrupt simply a fact that they're
Yeah, exactly. She thought
Possibly.
we were.
yeah.
Yeah, no,
Oh,
I'd
the-
agree with you, Elric. Yes.
Right. The old paranoia thing.
No, just that we know more of the Nipponese people now.
She says while sitting right next to her.
That's why I did this. Do you know what I mean?
Let's get the hood up. One direction.
All right.
Should I tell the knight that my name is Elric?
Sure.
But his name is not Elric.
Did you not
It's
say
more
Elric?
creatures.
No, it is a different
Did you
name.
drop the H?
No,
It's a Helric.
no, his name was Elray.
Let's see.
Right. Okay, so I shouldn't say.
It's got an H. You've got to
Add
pay
a- adds
attention
a
to.
H.
Your father
Told you, Elric.
strides in and says, in Nipponese, everything's fine.
Of course.
Says, I don't recommend you talk to your mother, though.
Surely she would want to eventually.
Well, we are certainly in a position, are we not, beautiful daughter? He says, where I can provide you with a simple order, meaning that you do not need to speak to her, which you, of course, can choose to ignore or not. It is a diplomatic uncertainty that, unfortunately, you are going to need to decide. As a nice panther comes in and says, I am here to summon Umi Kushku of House Kushka to see her mother, father. Turns around, smiles, nods once, and says in the Penese, sometimes I hate these people.
I swear they do it on purpose.
Sadly, they do not.
Father,
Are you going to respond to the summons? I am now going to provide you with an order. Dutiful daughter, ignore all summons from your mother. Jiro. Comes into the room with a smile on his face. Bows once. Sticks to this other side of the door to where the Knight's Panther is.
Really like bowing.
And your father leans back, folds his arms, and then says, in Reichspiel, there has been an unfortunate diplomatic incident that sadly only my most dutiful daughter can resolve. It is entirely in her hands as to your fate. He smiles at you. What exactly are you going to do? And we'll find out after the break. The party didn't come out right. The party are gathered. And Yumi is in a position that she clearly relishes. An opportunity to choose between her mother or her father.
Yay.
An opportunity to choose between the ambassador who holds rank here and outranks her father in matters of imperial concern, or her father, the imperial heir, who outranks everyone on everything, except for this one thing, because your father was punished. Strictly, you could go with your father, but you would be going against the emperor to do so.
The emperor's dead.
It's so much more
Very
romantic.
sinister.
Yeah, with the
That's all done.
You seem weirdly happy about it.
Yumi,
Mm-hmm.
what are you doing?
She's gonna turn around to her friends and say, I've got a choice. I'd like some of your thoughts concisely. She'll look good. But first, perhaps some spiritual guidance, Father? Do you, in your eyes, do you think I should go with my father or my mother?
First of all, why don't I consult the bones and see if they suggest what's the most prudent way forward?
Your father stoically shows no response to that.
So I will begin with a divination for myself, lest things go very badly.
Divination time!
What's critical?
Oh.
I've got a critical.
Is that third? That's the third one
That's
for
the
you
third. It's the fifth critical on that side of the table tonight.
Wow. We're gonna make so
Come
many
on, guys.
combos.
You're letting the side down, low initiative people.
We haven't had a roll.
So,
What's your crit do?
I saw the sign. I gain deep insight into my future, learning plus divination facts. That's 2, please. And I gain plus divination rerolls, so I get 2 rerolls.
Yeah, that's
Didn't
good.
re-roll you.
Both.
I don't need
Here we go.
Oh.
You ready? Fact number 1. Both the high temples in this city are infiltrated by chaos cultists. Do not enter under any circumstance, or you will be killed.
Wow.
Fact number 2.
Intense.
Fact number 2. The Imperial... No. The Wolf Palace has been infiltrated and is in extreme danger. If you do not move, the Tobbringer line will fall. There we go. Nothing for you to be concerned about in the slightest. So there's your future. Easy.
Nice.
I
we
saw the sign. I opened up my eyes. I saw the sign.
Everything okay, Father? You seem a little pale.
Yeah, nothing pertinent. On that at the moment.
Try doing a wee battle.
Might I say best poker face ever? Yeah.
Needs a
What?
mask.
Bearing everything else that's going on, I might do a second divination.
Okay.
And do divination for this young lady. Just so
Must
that
be
she's
a-
got a reroll, because that might be useful. Not a crit this time, but a pass.
Take 1
So-
sim point.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Well, she's a demon.
I mean, fair.
Good
That's
demon.
Wow. But does she get the...
Yes.
But, so you've got 1 reroll.
Yay, thank you.
Demon
Oh, we should
gate.
test that one.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not loving the fact that I got a sim point for that, but...
Anything that he applies to her potentially?
Well, let's find out. But I'm not going to do anything more to do with her. I'm going to now attempt an augury
Augury.
on her father.
Augury and father.
That is the face of a man who's gonna give us info.
And I'm going to...
Can't reroll, can't do anything. You're flung across the room. You hit the opposite wall as he bursts into flame. Literally into flame. And looks shocked. Crunch! Take yourself.
Can I just double check before you say the word, like, can I not even use my
Reroll.
divination reroll? Because
Nope.
the point of divination rerolls, it
You
would stop
can't
me before I do
do
it.
any rolls. You're take 73 wounds
Holy shit.
Great point.
as you slam into the stone lintel and break your back as it bursts right through. And for a brief moment, the lintel, but fate point.
Oh, yeah, obviously.
Not your armor.
Oh no, it's not going to
and
punch your breastplate.
This is how the fate point manifests. Jiro, who zips across at not just an alacrity speed, he moves so swiftly you don't even see him move as he comes over and catches, moves, and pulls you aside. And as he does so, the slightest outline of a tiger traces through the air as he moves.
Nipping at bullshit.
As he catches you, bundles, twists, and looks as surprised as you do at the result. But perhaps none look more surprised than your father, who
Yeah,
looks
okay.
around as the fire dies down. And then just comes to camera pose. As if nothing happened.
Are his clothes okay?
Yeah, totally.
I think
Book
Jiro
last
might need my seat.
Yeah, quite. As Jiro, holding your head, cradling your neck, for a brief moment, it feels like there's a claw and pads at the back of your head, but it's only for a brief moment as it then resolves into a hand, as he then says in Reichspiel, are you well?
Yes.
No, you're sore.
No.
Yeah, we're sore. You're not dying, and we're fine. But yeah, you're sore. That hurt a lot, and you've no idea what happened.
At what point did he catch me?
Just before you hit the lintel.
Right,
So
so
you
he's
got
still
flying.
flying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So and he took the brunt of that as he smacked into the wall
Are
and
you-
then bounced in.
Are you well?
as he cracks a bone as he lifts you up and says, "Hey,
Thank you.
and then straightens himself out with another crack as a finger that was bent the wrong way cracks
All right,
the right way around. As your father looks over and then his impassive looks, he looks at Jiro as he says, "That looks so," in Nipponese. Doesn't even respond. "Oh, come on, Jiro. You heard the word Jiro."
We know what that is.
It hurts. You're gonna look at it.
No, I will.
What happened?
Are you okay? You
What
flew.
just happened?
What we just seen him fly, and not even seen Jiro.
Mhm.
Just.
But we did see
you saw
the
it.
dad,
You saw
our
it.
father go.
Yeah,
up
but we
on
didn't
it.
see him go from.
No,
A to
he was just
B.
there.
He's
Yeah,
just there.
Agreed.
He's a vampire from Twilight.
Yes.
Or from Warhammer.
That's happened there. as well.
Not sparkling.
No, we haven't seen him in daylight.
Are you? Anything broken? You all right?
Well, I don't know how much damage have I.
You don't know. You need to stretch out a bit.
Armor's
And you
right.
seem,
Is my armor intact?
yes,
Oh,
the
phew.
armor survives.
Thanks, Sigmar.
You appear fine. It just aches everywhere. You feel a little bit like it's almost like someone's just rung a gong by your ears. The ringing. There's ringing.
It hurts, but I don't think I'm actually injured.
All right. Nils?
As
No, Nils came with us, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just been.
Sideways.
They won't say or
Right.
do anything.
Come here, you'll sort of be useful. Just make sure he's all right. Look after him proper, all right?
All right.
Okay.
Sorry. Would you want me to father?
Pick up me bones.
What are the kids doing
Where
at
are
this
they?
point?
They're not there.
Yeah, we left them outside. They
Yeah,
never
oh.
got brought in with us.
Were the flames
Where are they?
magical?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Was it too quick?
Do yourself a perception test.
Roger.
Oh yeah, of course. Successes.
Deep well of actually there, and he channeled it away.
Considering there hasn't been actually seems to be purposely being diverted.
Yeah, deep well of it there, and he channeled it away. You saw him do it, and he channeled it down into the ground and earthed it. As your father stands and says, "You have yet to make a choice, honourable daughter. And it appears that your friend made the mistake of trying to trace the imperial line.
Yes. Well,
One does not confront a god and suffer no consequences."
Yeah.
This is like, remember when he tried to look at Ladriel and he got a smackdown?
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe the
she'll
same
say
thing.
in Nipponese,
L3 elbow.
I did explain my ancestry. They did not seem to understand the gravity of it.
Also, fucking ask me to do this. Okay, fine, whatever.
Everyone be wary when she asks you to step up next. Birdie, my father likes to spar. Please go ahead.
No, you may will turn around and say, "Thank you, father. I'm sorry you got hurt."
I'm more concerned with the bones have gone.
No. Can we see them?
Nope.
I mean, they're not like back in my pouch, are they?
No. Nils is looking around, lifting a pillow, looking underneath the chair. Father's just looking at you.
That'll occupy him for a while.
I believe I should go. I will follow. Well, I will follow my mother's request.
Father bows deeply and says, "A most wise decision, honourable daughter."
She'll bow back, I guess.
You want us to come with?
Do you want to listen to lots of shouting in a foreign language?
pretty much my entire life.
Just keeping an eye on Yume's hands, just in case they are doing a.
The pre-agreed thing.
Clench.
Just to have a friendly face.
Yes, please, if you would. She may kick you up.
It might not be a polite request.
Yeah, we'll go. Yeah, we'll go.
Father sits back down again, relaxes in his chair.
She before she goes, she'll kneel in front of him, but
Then he'll stand back up again.
in the way of the Knight Panther from seeing what she's doing, as she reveals his seal
Box.
with both hands.
A slight smile crosses his face. You were wise to wait. Says, do you have your mother's? He's breaking all protocol with literally everything he's saying. But then he's not being your father, sort of. Well, he's being your father, but he's not being your father, so to speak.
It's more like dad.
Yes.
I suggest that you take that with you, honorable daughter. It will lend credence to your argument that you are capable of making decisions on your own.
As you wish.
He reaches out, plucks box. Jiro comes over, bows, takes it from him, leaves the room. And then he leans back in his chair again, and then says in Nipponese, off you go. I look forward to listening to it.
Good to see you, father. And then she'll go.
And you make your way out. Are you going?
I'm following.
And you
steps
follow behind. As the father says, so tell me about yourselves. In Reichspiel looks around the room. Who's most likely to lock eyes with him and say, yeah, sure, I'll tell you about myself.
Not Elemental Wife, she's looking out the window.
Yep, not Elemental Wife, good.
Got Leopold, got no eyes.
Got no eyes.
He knows Gerhardt.
Bows once.
Alex just loved it.
Bows. Are you looking pointedly at the floor over there?
Reading a book.
John's
Magritte, reading a book. Lucas. Oh no.
No.
I'll save. Eric will save Lucas. Apologies, and they're normally a more talky bunch. I don't think we know what's going on.
Oh, right. Let me give you a few simple.
Sorry, is there a form of address?
Oh, don't worry about it. He says, we're in the Empire and I like it here.
Good.
He says, I've grown used to how everything works here and I like it when my wife isn't around. Everything's much simpler.
Is he telling the truth?
For us, not for... What do you call him?
Yume.
Oh. Of course.
Is he being like legit? Is he genuinely laughing? And
He appears to be, yes.
Yeah.
can I do a intuition?
Yes. And you get to roll it too.
Yeah. Oh,
Go away.
22 crit we've had on this side of the
That
table.
dice tower. It's broke.
8, 10
In
successes.
an intuition test.
Plus.
He is deeply, deeply concerned, but he is also genuine.
Okay, great.
And his concern is clearly for his daughter. Actual proper concern that he is generally hiding. Probably with a slight whiff of humour.
Just
Elemental Wife will move to look at him.
As he, since you were the one talking, addresses you and says, my daughter is a known wayward. I think that's the word. My Reichspiel is, I believe, sufficient to this particular task. I've been studying it now for some time. Says, and she is wayward. Known to be. Something that we have fostered. We did not expect it to land here. Her mother is not convinced that a wayward root is at all wise. He says, but she is who she is. Who are we to say what she can and can't do?
I think she's attracted wayward people. So this was the plan. Done a
How
good
wayward
job.
are you then? How would you describe yourself?
I'm a wee wayward.
I don't know the word.
Little bit.
A small amount wayward. In what way?
Not from here either. I had no plans to join with your daughter or anyone really. I was
Why
just,
have you?
I believe
Leans back.
I believe in her cause, and what we've experienced together has bonded us all.
Jiro comes back in.
Nice bum. No.
No.
You didn't say that.
And Jiro says in Nipponese, it's going to be a formal audience, Your Highness. Oh, don't worry about that, he says in Reichspiel. But formal. He says, she's going up for a formal audience. This is not good for her.
Will it be long?
Possibly not.
Well, forgive my forwardness. What was that fire? Do you control actuary?
Actuary. Yes, I know the term. Elven. Yes. No, would be the correct answer. I have a license from your colleges.
I'm not. Don't.
No, I'm merely confirming that what I can do is recognized as that.
Is it from a particular college or the?
No.
I beg
over.
forgiveness for my interruption.
It's all right. Don't worry.
As the doors swing open, just as you say, I bid forgiveness for the interruption. Small bit of him thinking she just opened the doors. A small bit of him thinking that as an elf swoops in.
like I knew he was
Long hair waving behind him as he comes in. He has a lute on his back sticking up. As he goes,
Now you can juggle.
I've come as you asked. As he looks over and he goes, as he looks around the room, as Ume's father looks over, looks at you, look at, is this your intention? And then bows most floridly. He says, Ralani, at your service. I have come from the court where I was, but excuse me, I would like to just do this one more time. And closes the door.
What did you see? She'll use the microphone. Why were you so upset?
Wait, what are you saying? You are literally being looked at right now by a man.
Oh, is it you? Yeah.
Yumi's father. Very hard to just have a side combo unless you are just going to side combo.
No, I won't ignore him.
As he says, was that a spell? What was it intent? Is this the wayward thing? I'm admittedly quite astounded that you managed to do that. I didn't even sense. What did you do?
Well.
What did you do? How did you do it? The doors fling open, and he's standing there. As he goes,
should have locked the door.
Aye, he says, I'm Ralani, court minstrel. He says, so did you summon me? Yes, she did. Yes.
He's good. He didn't even leave the room when he got that message.
The Knight's Panther summoned you. I made it known I wish to speak with Relani, court minstrel. I myself am recently arrived in the city. Voluvial, jongleur of the gigs at your service. And I wished to know whether there was fine dining in this city.
It's fair to say that if this man is an actor, he's in the wrong job. Because his face flips from as he goes, aye, of course. As his father just looks on, I'm very confused. Could you please explain yourself, the jongleur of the jigs?
I had heard that Relani was in the city, and he is a fine minstrel. And I wish to speak with him.
And that has to do with this?
No, I summoned him many minutes ago. It is simply coincidence he arrives now. And my interruption was entirely meant to be a different thing. I was going to inquire as to the father's well-being and what caused such a pain to come over his face, and terror, even. I am sorry.
Slightly disappointing. He says, we require your skills. Aye, of course, he says. Let me play, he says. How of the White Wolf. And by the gods does he play well. As not only does he play well, he sings. And somehow manages to sing multiple notes at once. Two of them, in fact, overlaid on top of each other as if two people are singing. As he both moves to the high and the low note and then pulls it back down again. As he struts round the room in time to it. And he nods, I have to say, it's pretty good. You may.
Yay.
You go up the stairs with Birdie in tow. Are you giving her any encouragement, Birdie? It's fair to say he looks like, colloquially, she's bricking it.
You've got this. You've got the upper hand. You've got the seat. We've got you. You've got us. This is just a blip.
I'll try.
Then she gives her a big hug, but very quickly.
Thank you.
Night Panther guide you up. Simply chamber where your mother is. Okay. The door. One knock, that's all that's needed. And then you wait. Presumably, someone will be in there to open the door and bring you in. What are you doing?
It's last minute straightening off her clothes and like flatten her hair.
Trade grooming. Comb. Dizzy.
Test.
That was a crit.
22.
One success, but I only have 5.
Better
in it,
than none. So, what are you doing?
You look slightly cleaner.
She'll move her mother's seal to the top of her pack so that it's easy to access.
Mm-hmm.
And then she will look down as the doors open.
The door's something to open. You have to knock first.
I'll knock first, then yes.
Just one knock.
Mm-hmm.
Just pause. And the door's wing open. Are you going in and going down? Are you going in and bowing? If you are going right down, you are following the correct protocol. She effectively is the representation of the Emperor himself.
Yeah, she'll do this properly. By herself as many brownie points, and she'll just whisper to Birdie, just follow along.
Oh, Birdie's already down, bowing. So, bowing and scraping. She's awesome at.
Yeah, she turns to say it. She's just.
She's already down flat.
She knows power when she sees it.
On the inside, there's a soft red light coming from 2 lanterns, both of which have somehow been, one presumes, spirited away from the embassy. The single tree on each is moved to a full rainbow by whatever flame is flickering behind it, and it casts flecks of colour across the room in your face as it goes down. Mother is behind a screen. And she says in Nipponese, "The errant daughter presents herself."
She'll bow lower if it's even possible to do so.
You just don't move.
Like-
You're down. You just, until a question is asked, you're not even supposed to talk.
Yeah.
And then you hear movements. Click, 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 click. She comes out. You saw her earlier. You know she's cut her fingernails. They were quite long before, for whatever reason she has chosen to do so. She moves and sits in a chair where you can just about sense her feet in front of you. What did you unleash?
She wants to say so many things, but they're not appropriate. A fox spirit. Your Imperial Highness. Is that the correct term? Ambassadors? Mother?
Strictly, nothing more than Your Imperial Highness is about the best translation.
Okay,
Yes.
cool.
Yeah, that'll be the best one. Yeah, go
Okay.
for that.
Uh-huh.
Most honored and high, so on and so forth. But
Sure,
that will
yeah.
do. As she fan.
Yume will take this opportunity because she's not going to ask for it, so to take out the seal and present it to her without any words.
The seal slides across the floor, pops open. My honourable daughter shows herself to be diligent.
So glad I went to that fucking place.
He says as she creeps forward and picks it up. Clack! Places it on a small table to her side. You have a single opportunity, honourable daughter. To live as your father wishes you to. I will listen, as I have promised to do. You will have to convince me, and I do not want more than a sentence. Meh.
Thanks, Andy.
It can be a run-on sentence.
And while she's considering that, downstairs, Dad says, what was your name again? I remember, young Freud.
Oh, yes. Hello.
He says, hello. You've grown, you look older.
Yes, that is sort of what some people do. Although you, if I don't think this is rude, I think this is a compliment. It appears to none of it aged a day.
Oh, piff and poff, isn't that what they say? Piff and poff. Yes, I've barely aged a day. Of course I've aged. Time has passed. Because you can't see it doesn't mean it's not there. He says, so we have an elf, we have an errant noble from a most auspicious family, a wizard and a priest. I'm sure I have heard a gentleman like that, pointing over towards Rolani, who's still moving his way around the room. Make a joke that started with somewhat of a similar air, at least. What's going on? What have you all wrapped my daughter into? Silence descends, except for the ring.
Are we still pretending that we're players?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm not here.
Don't just say that.
We're not, yeah. We're not doing a play.
The absolute lack of guile.
I'm sorry. I appear to
Smiles.
be at a little bit of a disadvantage here. You know who I am. Time has
You
passed.
know
and
who I am.
I've just forgotten slightly. I'm not the best with names, I'm afraid.
Then try, sir.
So, okay, we can just run like that. Fair enough. No problem. So, obviously. In terms of why your daughter's with us, well, it's quite a long tale, really, but realistically, can be summarized in a short,
Oh, I
run-on
haven't put them
sentence. Well, we travel with her because she is our friend, and we have, and also helps protect us at points, and vice versa. Mutually assured benefit, I think, is the good term.
Well, you brought her here. That must be considered, at least. How would you view it, Father Leopold? That's your name, is it not?
Yes, sir.
That will do. He says, how would you phrase this? Why is my daughter with you? Or what are you with my daughter for?
Which would you like me to answer first?
You can choose.
Well, she's with us initially because she was on the run because your embassy was attacked. When she saw a familiar face, she knew she would be safe in his company.
Lady Marguerite. Lisa Margarita. He says, my apologies. Humble, heartfelt. Oh, you're offering an apology. Thank you. I accept it. He smiles. You are wily. No, I'm merely accepting your apology as you stated it. What more do you want? He says. He looks at him. If you have an issue, I suggest you take it up with my fiancée. And he looks at you. Oh, you're sworn to marriage with her.
Yes. Marriages are complex things, I'm sure you appreciate.
I'm just trying to tease apart the politics. I'll admit your politics I find very difficult to understand. I'm not supposed to admit these things. I'm infallible, after all. I do find them rather difficult to understand. Why would you choose her? You're a witch. That's it. Got you. I understand. Oh, you're running scared. The law's going to cause problems for you. Yes. Culturally, you're in trouble, aren't you? Which makes this very interesting. I'm very interested by this. Must be a link here.
Might I?
Of course. I'm attempting to tease this apart to a degree. Let's see what I can find.
Well,
Do you wish to offer something else? Blung! And he looks around, a little bit disappointed that people are talking while he's doing his best work.
Throw him a copper.
It wasn't his best work. It was merely good work, which is the equivalent of 24 successes. But not his best work.
The father is a devout servant of Sigma, and we are all, each of us, minded to continue the good work of Magnus the Pious. That is to say, to stand against everything that comes from the north, in all its forms, in all its ways, in all of its ilk. And your daughter agrees with us, and we with her. She smiles like she's explained everything. Everything's now clear.
You're such an elf.
Meanwhile, upstairs, one sentence. Go.
We have identified a cult of the Purple Hand who we believe are behind the attack to the embassy and the Jungfraus and everything that is happening in the Empire. And in my pursuit to find out what happened to you, I decided to follow this lead. And now that I see that you are well, I would like to continue pursuing this and dealing with it.
Goes the fan. As she says, we shall contemplate your words. Leave.
Whatever head she raised to speak, she will bow again and then
Shuffle out backwards.
shuffle out backwards.
Downstairs, Alan Menaway for men's. Sir.
See, the tone, the caliber of this whole conversation has changed. Now we're talking about working against what, rising evil? Berlana at the side. Slightly off note as he goes, I will make my business elsewhere. He says, we shall talk. As he withdraws. You better go.
He's really down for it. Love it.
So what, you're pitching yourself against what? Who takes the bite? What are you pitching yourself against?
Well, the end of everything, of course.
Of course. How could I not have seen? One must presume that Ume has landed with the most perfect of people. That they would have such high and noble goals.
Well, some of us are just trying to, as you say, survive, run scared.
And what about you? He says, looking over at Lucas, who's been sitting beside you most of the time. Still a bit concerned because you got boshed. As he goes, right, me, I'm nothing more than help. I help. That is all I do. I provide assistance as and where one can, sir. Says, and what sort of assistance would you provide here? Well, I would mostly suggest it's answering your questions. And that would be it, really. Lofty goals. What if your goals are too high, Father? To be unattainable, missing a more obvious goal in front of you. Blinded, perhaps, he says, by the forest, failing to see the tree that is rotten.
Forgive me, sir, I don't really deal in hypotheticals.
So what do you deal in?
Reality as I perceive it?
How do you perceive it?
That would be something of a hypothetical question.
How would that be hypothetical?
You would need to give me a more narrow, specific exemplar of what you mean by reality. Do you mean how do I perceive you? How do I perceive the couch?
Oh, I've got enough. Fascinating. I have a question, and I would like a nice, simple answer from you, wizard. What do you know of Hiran? Direct pronunciation that the college forbids and the druids forbids using directly, because to say the word is to summon it. They say Gyron instead.
What happens?
Nothing.
I'm not an expert. I know we're told not to say that.
This is fascinating. 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 This is what we do.
Oh no! Oh no!
What lies behind the curtain? The facade that is presented. Dirty, mucky, broken things. What they want to pretend don't exist, and yet here they are. Somehow my daughters gather you together like dust into a pan. I should have sent her out earlier.
Me or cook? Want to see dirty things?
Do you have a cook?
Well, not here, but on our barge.
I like you. What's your name?
Elric. Grunfeld.
Grumfeld. Ah.
Name there.
Ah. Now I am beginning to understand. Now I'm really beginning to understand.
You've met some of my family.
Oh, yeah, I have. It was a most interesting meeting. Liars, every single last one of them. You have lied less. I approve.
Thank you, I guess.
They pretend to be one thing, yet are another. It's a Reichland condition, where they have this facade, this face that they put on as if they have this skin of civility that is somehow real. But underneath it all, they are barbarians to their core, seeking bloodlust that is dangerous and difficult to control. They are, after all, nothing more than the children of their founder, barbarian king. And you are the same, I suppose, in your own way. A child of your founders, but quite different in terms of your appearance. Grumfelds, I find, are liars, because they don't want to admit what they are to their brothers. To do so is to be killed. Yet you just come straight out with it.
Well,
you came straight out with it in
gonna
your
get
own
killed
way.
anyway.
And the father does not care. Because you clearly told him before. Or you would not be so fast to share such information. That is fascinating in and of itself. Clear breaches of imperial law.
As our friend the elf said, we are following Magnus's orders.
What are your intentions to my daughter, young Freud? Because you must be aware of her intentions towards you. Her dreams were difficult to control.
All right.
She shared them nightly with us.
Can you not?
Invasive much?
Neither of you two are here?
No,
know.
No, really?
So you're not the first to ask that question. Intentions. Quite frankly, they are my own if they are mine. But I don't have any. And also, to spy on someone's dreams is...
This is not to spy. If a man shouts at you, are you spying on what they say?
Is this...
She shouts.
Oh.
Imagine the tree in the forest with no one to witness its sound. It is like that, but we are right beside the tree and can't escape.
Is this a familial sharing, or is this just something... We've never experienced this.
You wouldn't.
Right.
Sadly, it is a father's, let's say, hammer to bear. That would be appropriate language, would it not?
Burden. Sure. I see your very thinly veiled piece, yes.
So what is wrong with this one?
Is he pointing at me?
Yep.
Are you asking me or are you asking her?
I'm asking you.
Again.
Desperate attention seeker.
Narcissist.
Let me just consult my...
You can consult Elric's list of insults.
Silly scarf.
You say wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And not to parrot the father, but wrong is just a simple position of whether it's agreeing with what you agree with. What do you mean by wrong?
Let's lay it out in the current terminology. What exactly is she breaking with Imperial law by her very existence, since it appears that she has gathered some... I am fully aware about your fiancé. We do not need to delve any further into that, but what about her? What is her unique piece in this puzzle? I obviously don't trust anything she says. She follows a path where she wouldn't tell me the truth even if I wished her to.
Well, that in itself is the problem. I don't necessarily know. Although I believe her intentions are good. And she's never done me any... I was going to say harm, and I remembered.
As you rub this,
Yeah.
never done me any harm. Do you wish to admit anything, Mistress Elf?
I admit exactly what I said to you. I stand against the end of everything. And to your point that you made to the father, how do we know that we are not missing something in front of us? Because to get to the end of everything, we must take steps one at a time. And so I will look in front of me until I see the bigger thing. And if more people did that, then fewer people would have to worry about the biggest thing. I am exactly who I appear to be, and at the same time, exactly who you think I am.
Yep. That's what I expected. Must be infuriating sometimes.
No, it is. No,
Yeah.
I've been very annoyed at points. But she's
Reminds
right.
me of my wife. And also with the second point you make, reminds me of my wife.
But her point is right.
She comes.
Oh, who?
Door opens as you may.
Oh.
She was making no noise. You did not hear her. Not even Birdie. Again, Birdie wasn't hurt by you.
You may have like hugged Birdie as soon as they left that room and just like
Very well. Yeah. When faced with great power or insane people, bowing is the best way to go.
you did good, you did good. As she walks in, she'll bow to her father and then just straight go for the wine.
Ah, my daughter. Most honorable land. I see you have grown.
Alamena, I will go and give Birdie a hug.
Well, you are still here,
Yes.
and you have not changed. Latin and of itself is a surprise. Honorable daughter, what did you say to her? All in right spiel.
Well, father, the truth. In one sentence, which was difficult, but we cannot
Well, if
waste
you're
the
into
time.
the truth, then I have a question for you. What is going on with this elf? Ah, yes, that, Ume. That is what I want to hear. And he smiles. Same noise your modern leaks. When you say,
Alamena wife is like getting ready to jerk just in case he goes for her.
You may say in Reichsfield still. Father, I believe it is rude to divulge the secrets of someone on her path.
rudeness,
Why
as
not?
I think you know.
Of course. If you are aware of her path, then
Just tell me what I want to hear.
we do not know because she does not have the memories to tell us.
You've never seen your father like this before.
Which in itself is stressful as fuck.
Utterly released from all of his obligations in a weird place entirely, with, you're now quite convinced, a wife mourning his death.
Yeah.
As he looks at you. All right, what about that one? The tall one, with the white hair. Hello. Your name is...
Birdie.
No, it's not.
I don't know what.
Begita is your name.
Well, that's what they put on the paperwork. Yeah.
Your name is Begita. I can see it as clearly as I can see your face.
Oh.
Elfstein, house.
Oh. That's also news to me.
Hmm.
She says that out loud.
I know your grandfather.
That's more than I do.
No, father. Interesting. And smiles. So, Brigitte, what is so broken about you? This appears to be a room of broken things.
Me? Pretty much everything.
Well, tell me something. Just one thing. I'm trying to understand my daughter and her choices.
I'm the monster that makes sure nobody touches her.
Oh, I like that. You're the monster. In what way? Physical or mental?
Yes.
Everyone just nods.
Whatever's required. My morals are more flexible than some of the company I keep, which stands us in very good stead.
Excuse me, he says. I need to go and speak to my wife. And he stands. Lucas immediately stands as he stands, feeling like that's the proper thing to do. Does anyone else?
Howard bowed as he stood.
Sure.
Yeah.
Seems polite.
I don't think I sat down. I think I was still
Yeah, we were still. I was still just chugging.
yeah.
Marguerite does not stand.
I'll sit with my wife. To be.
So romantic.
As
What do you mean?
he leaves, Jiro, hey, goes out after him. All through that, Torlikelm is just sitting there. Face impassive, says nothing. Nils has not found your bones. I don't think they're here.
You're right.
Shit.
Dad, read minds.
I told you guys. Gods, demons.
Do you dream out loud?
No, you told us about that, but you didn't say, "Oh, my dad is a god.
Yeah.
My dad can do all these things."
My dad can read your thoughts.
But to be fair, she did tell us that the blood of a god runs in her family, and you've seen what Jiro can do, and he's not even of their family. You must have realized that her father and mother would be powerful.
Very extra.
You know, they'd be able to read our thoughts.
I don't think they could.
Well,
Also-
he knew things about
But he
us.
couldn't
So,
read yours.
You don't need to read thoughts
No,
to know
you're
things
right.
about people.
But he knew details about us.
Like names,
Like
immediately.
names.
Which worries me more.
I don't know. It's kind of nice to have a name.
Excuse me, sorry.
I'm sorry, just, no, can I, just, I'm so sorry. Even,
Torlikelm doesn't even move.
I think rather than apologising, you could lower your voice.
Stop being so emotional.
fine. Please, go ahead.
Torlikelm said nothing. He said, excuse me. Torlikelm just looked in his direction.
We wish for just a moment's worth of privacy, if possible. If you
Says, of course.
do us the honour, thank you.
And pops out.
All right, that's fine.
As Lucas goes, what happened to you?
Cultists have influenced both the high temples here. I can't go to either of them or I will die. And if we don't move soon, the Todbringers will die too.
Wait, what? That wasn't an answer to my question. But this, what?
Well, that's more of a big deal anyway.
Move how?
What do you mean the Todbringers? will die?
Should I shuffle?
The palace, the Wolf Palace, has been infiltrated also
What is that?
By
Brady, what is
by
that?
the cultists.
The big palace on the hill.
No, are you sure? That is not what I've heard it called.
Sure. Yeah. Wolf Palace. That seems
Yeah.
probably right.
Wolf Palace.
surely be where the Todbringers live or rule from.
Well, you will be.
Is that where we are? Where are we?
Pardon? You're in the Krala Palace.
Which means, what does Krala mean?
You're not strictly sure. How's your
Nicest place.
old Tudigan?
No.
Yep.
Or Middenheim up with that?
Actually, it may do it.
Yeah.
Total fumble.
You fumble.
I'll go for
We're
it.
pretty late.
Yeah,
Well,
we're late.
you just make it up.
Still a fail. But
Yeah, it's still a fail. You think it's something to do with Claw Strike, Claw Palace, or something like that? Yeah,
makes sense.
totally.
Yeah, claw strike.
Yep, indeed. As Lucas says, do we just run?
No.
No. So we are in the belly of the beast now. This is not
I'm going to ask that knight what the Wolf Palace is, just to check.
right. Well,
I mean, does Luke not know the Wolf Palace is the main palace?
Not really.
No.
Why would
Well,
we ask
certainly-
about it if we don't? We can't trust anybody in this environment, then, can we? Theoretically, if he is a honor guard to Toddbringer, and we know that from your vision,
Just trust me on this.
really,
Goes out. Excuse me, sir.
Helm's on the outside.
Is
Looks
this
over at
the
you.
Krala Palace? Does it mean claw?
It's the Krapla.
Right. And what is the other one then? I thought that was the Krala
That's
Palace.
the Middenheim.
Is there a wolf one? Because they're all wolves here? There's no wolf palace. Thank you.
Inside. So, is Lucas
So
quite
yeah.
animated?
This is the Krala Palace. That is the Midden Palace. He has not heard of a wolf palace.
but you
he's-
asked him a question about whether a wolf palace exists.
Yes, I made the sign too.
Not
So now they know that.
Oh, yes. No.
But my point is, if he knows that if he is somebody who potentially is not trustworthy, and we say where is the wolf palace or the wolf palace, then they know that we are looking for something there. How else would we know that?
Well,
She's an elf. She gets away with asking questions.
I
like
know.
that.
I'm assuming
I
she
made
asked in
claws.
Yeah, you did.
a way that wasn't like, I've heard of a wolf palace. Where is it? You know, like
Mm.
Well,
a
if
little
you're a
more
visitor to
subtle.
a town, it's not the worst thing to ask. However, what you have seen is very important, but have we forgotten why we came here in the first place?
We root out cultists.
Yeah.
And he's found
But
cultists.
also we have some leads on particular people, not just entities as a cultist. So let's not forget about that.
So what you're saying is a plan of action, says Lucas.
Yeah. We're not going to sit in this room all night.
I think
No.
if we need to find out if the wolf palace is this or if it is a hidden message. Maybe historically it was just called that, in which case
I mean,
your god just does not keep up with modern geography.
People still call Toddbringer the Wolf Emperor.
So it's short.
So his
house.
house, where he lives.
I mean, it's an inference, but yeah.
Is palace also referred to in the same way as like a family line is referred to as a house?
Oh, yeah.
So if somebody says the wolf palace, they could also be saying the wolf line.
Yep.
Interesting.
What is the heraldry of their all wolves? I think.
It's fair to say that most
That
of
could
the
be.
family lines have wolves somewhere. Not all. The Elflings, for example, don't.
Okay,
So
so
the wolf. So we cannot seek aid from the temple. If you go there, you will die.
Well, yeah, Leopold.
The
can
main
see
one.
him. They've fallen.
Yeah.
The high temple.
High
Does
Temple.
the
I mean,
silver
that was
flame-
exactly where I wanted to go. Both of the item
Yeah.
is the silver flame in one of the high
Yeah.
temples?
and the item forward.
Usually you find, well, from what you've told me and from the way that you operate, you find those sort of more morally, and I use this term not in an implication that those who aren't in those are bad, but morally good priests, you've said, usually find closer to the people. Is it possible that they could visit other temples? There'll be other temples to
I mean,
Ulrich
there are
throughout,
about a
right?
dozen other temples of Sigma around the city.
Is it worth visiting some of those? Ones you have a connection with?
I
Maybe.
don't know the one down in the edge.
I was wondering whether we should seek to reunite Birdie with her lost family and get an in on the Hellsteins.
Also a good idea.
And Lucas, you
Yes.
do you have any family that know of you? Any people you know in the
No.
city? No.
Absolutely not that.
That's the
No,
question.
I mean, I wasn't even supposed to know.
If the Toddbringers will fall, then that could explain why Lucas has been targeted so heavily by the ruinous powers, because they simply sensed something about him that they wanted.
Oh, he's
Your
part of the
connections.
blood.
He's part of the blood they were looking for.
Yeah.
Signs and portents do not discriminate. They would just know they want him, which I think should give us a clue that this is a large plot and a plot that is important to them. It is in potentially multiple cults have come after you. Beastmen in the forest, it is indiscriminate. That means something big wants it.
Or possibly my brother. Yeah,
I mean,
is that what you mean?
Yes.
Right,
So
yes.
something big wants something, and it is so indiscriminate that you are caught up in it.
Yeah,
Mm.
that's awful.
It is often.
It makes me wish I'd perhaps said things a little bit earlier than
Magritte, does that make sense?
Magritte looks up from her book and says, sorry, I was quite lost in the passage.
Quite all right. I've been there.
Says, what is it that you're asking?
Leopold has seen that the 2 high temples are infiltrated.
Well, that is not surprising. One is
And-
looking to influence local religious matters.
And if he goes there, he will die. And he has also seen that the wolf
Under
palace
what circumstances?
has been infiltrated.
Under what circumstances?
Saw a
If I
vision.
may ask.
I didn't so much see a vision as know a truth.
You have done a divination of some sort?
Yeah, earlier.
Ah.
Before my bones fucking evaporated.
But the second thing he envisioned was that if we do not move, the wolf palace has been infiltrated, and if we do not move, the Todbringers will be killed.
And it does suggest that their plot, whatever it may be, is reaching some form of fruition.
No, but the question I was asking you was more of a from your studies of the creatures that you study.
Yeah.
You know of Lucas's background. You were there
I was.
on the barge. He has been targeted by multiple cults and multiple stripes of creatures. Could that mean the plot is very high level and indiscriminate?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Targeted by a large entity.
Possibly, yeah.
Right.
Could also just be collateral damage to places that we go.
We've got another potential way in.
Right.
Court physician. They've got their own court physician because Stefan, Todbringer's heir, is ill.
He is ill, yes.
And,
I knew that.
And the court physician ends on him like daily.
Right.
Looks round, goes back to her book.
We have a recently qualified physician.
Yeah.
Also of
Top
noble
quality.
birth, might be interested in learning additional studies.
It's a good idea. Like
Perhaps
it.
you make contact with the court physician. That might give you an in to find out things that are going on in there.
Another thing to be aware of is it's very easy to keep somebody sickly if you're the person curing them.
I
so
I
keep
do
going.
have one point to make. We should consider very carefully what we tell Sigfeder Adenauer about this. He is of the Royal House of Nordland, and it was the Todbringers.
No, he's not.
Oh, is he not?
No, absolutely. I mean, the Adenauers are not the Royal House of Nordland. They're the Royal House of Reichland.
Oh, I misunderstood.
There is a
Thank you.
Nordland branch of the family.
Thank you.
And if he's royal, then it suggests that he is directly related to the Emperor.
Right. So he may not hold a grudge against the Todbringers for their crushing.
No, he's
of-
a Nordlander. He almost certainly does.
Yes.
Yeah, also, he has no.
Affiliation.
Yes. So he has such a disdain for that sort of thing that I honestly, well, actually, I don't know him too well, to be fair.
No.
But that's what he's presented. Politics question
Yes, politics.
for
For
Lucas, for Lucas,
Lucas,
because
okay.
he has that. I don't have it.
Mhm.
If the Todbringer line ceases,
Yes.
who benefits the most?
Right. So the Todbringers have absolute authority up here.
Mhm.
Absolute, which means that Boris can pretty much do whatever he wants. Admittedly, there are ways to stop him, but most of those are martial.
Mhm.
That's basically saying, I do not accept this. Let's go to war
That's
and sort it out.
Yeah.
And then it turns to quickly diplomacy because nobody really wants war. And perhaps the Todbringers may change their mind on a particular point. Having strong allies ensures that hopefully won't be the case. Now, from his perspective, Lucas will say, well, it's actually rather difficult to answer this because I don't know Middenheim politics too well. I mean, as it currently stands, removing all the Todbringers would be difficult to begin with. It would. I mean, there's several of them.
I would just as a base of power. Yeah. Doesn't have to be.
I'd probably inherit under certain circumstances. Gain a corruption point.
Oh shit.
You can lose that corruption point and say, I agree, we should try to kill them.
What? Try and kill the Todbringers?
Yep. In your own way.
Well, that's going to be mean.
That's interesting. That wouldn't necessarily be too bad, would it, Lucas?
He says, what do you mean by that?
Well, if you if you inherit, then there are ties between two families either
Well,
side.
it would cause war, I think.
Well, we're already at war.
This is a different war, is it not? I mean,
It's
what are you
Same war,
suggesting
different
that we-
places.
Are you suggesting we just let it happen?
I'm just putting the that information out there is all.
No.
Okay, the answer is yes. I am suggesting that.
I'm just putting the information.
Take your corruption point.
Oh shit! I've said it and I still get it. Do I need to do a full roll then?
If you're over, yes you do.
Yeah.
If.
I was only one over beforehand.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Because it all changes.
Yeah, because I got jacked. Oh, right.
Isn't it Grandfield? Sorry, isn't G-Forge
Why do we do that?
a tea bringer?
It's code.
Yeah.
Okay.
G-Fog.
What do I have to do for the
I do some will protest.
A tea bringer.
Well,
What's a
Is
tea?
G-Thug a tea breaker?
What's a
Tea
tea
bringer?
bringer?
Tea bringer? Pardon? I have completely missed this.
She's abbreviating again.
What is Yori's family name?
Oh, tea bringer.
You don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah.
He takes the name, takes a dwarf name when he becomes the G.
That makes sense. Okay, well, I've given the answer that I thought was going to be the fastest, but I probably can't leave yet.
Mhm.
But all of you can if you think it's that.
Okay, bye.
I was going to say, I just think my parents could be helpful if we tell them.
is it cool? Is it willpower cool?
Willpower.
Just willpower.
This one, yeah.
Please, could it be cool though?
No.
Oh, that's not a good
Hey,
one.
that's not a good one. Fortune point. Yeah, that's better.
I always forget which way round it is, and I was like, is it?
Next time, gadget. Right, so.
Dodging bullets.
Not like someone's failed one.
Really? Oh, didn't know that.
She can't physically change, so.
Definitely didn't happen.
Oh, yeah.
No. To Yume's point, we're not leaving you here. We stay together. Especially if there's this much danger around.
Also,
And I thought we had to be careful because there was the potential that one of your parents was a cultist,
yes.
aligned with the very people that we're here to root out.
I'm more and more convinced that's not quite what it was. She's not listening,
No,
but
she's not. She's just looking at her book.
with all respect to the lady, I just don't think she understood the complexities of Nipponese.
She sees cultists around every corner, to be fair.
Accused you.
I
of
don't
the
know.
same.
Like, if
Exactly.
important places are falling or becoming corrupted. Seems that it could happen anywhere.
Oh, there were certainly things that they use that are fallen, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying that they are not part of the same cult that we are searching for.
Right. Okay.
It's their own.
There could be
Branch
any
of
number
things.
of cults. Like we can't
Cults
say it's
too that we
only.
know of.
And,
Yeah.
and it also doesn't rule out an alliance of convenience.
No, but they well, perhaps my mother, but in theory, they are supposed to be in active rebellion against them. So it is unlikely that they would follow.
Do you think your father would put you in harm's way on purpose?
If he thought that that would help me grow, potentially.
Right. You think he loves you?
Yeah.
Right. Proper sort of.
But you saw how they argued and they love each other, so it's complicated.
Okay, it's fine. I'm
I think
just
he likes me.
That's good.
maybe. He asked a lot of questions about all of us. Well, actually, no. He knew information about myself, Elric, and Leopold, but he asked questions about Alaminawide. And that worries me because she is the veil that covers us. And
I mean,
unfortunately,
that in and of itself explains why.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's because he
Sure.
can scry her.
that's fine. But isn't that a good, really fucking lovely bit of information for those people who are trying to
Mhm.
understand us and follow us?
Yeah,
That's
it's
the worry.
quite the nugget.
Well, they know
Mm.
about you.
They already know.
No, they
about
already
it.
know about
Some
it.
of them
Don't
already.
know all of us, but they know you.
Yes. By the way, I've had a plan on that. You mentioned that you saw me again in a different place, not me, but also had a scar.
Yes.
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 Right. Which means that things have been adapted to my current situation. I have a plan to fix this.
Another scar?
Yes, but a pretty one. You have tattoo needles, don't you?
I do.
Right.
You get your face
Excellent.
tattoo.
But then you
No, because if I get a face tattoo, they can see it. So I am going to. So as we.
I think this is an extremely foolish idea.
No, it's not. It's a very good idea.
No, it's not.
Right.
You're
Why?
wrong. Says.
Don't just say
Lucas.
why. Why?
Well, I shall explain. I don't think you thought this through. Whoever has that scar is at the center of all events. If you don't have that scar and it's not you, then you're no longer at the center.
Well, he'll
And
still
whoever
have-
they've put into place is.
No, I think is he
He'll
not
still
wanting to
have
put a
his scar.
secret tattoo so
And
we
you've got to
know
give
it's
him a
really him?
griffin.
Is that your?
Yes,
that
it
your
is.
plan?
But then
So if
you'll-
we ever
you'll-
have a situation where I'm
you
sat.
will change. You will be different. What was seen.
What
Which
was
means you
seen-
will no longer be the.
But wasn't what was seen just his face?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's saying a secret scar not on his face that we can use to identify him so he doesn't get
Should we
replaced by
get in
double.
a situation
Ah,
where there are two of
That's a
us?
different thing.
Yes.
Then that's a good idea.
Yes, it's a very good idea.
I thought you meant on your face.
No,
Oh.
no, because that completely negates the idea. Because as soon as
My
someone
one
sees
rule, I
it,
don't do face tattoos.
right. So, Elric, you're good at that,
That's
right?
good to know.
I'm just going to get
I
a small
don't have
one.
equipment here.
That's
I'll
fine,
have
we'll-
to get some, but yeah.
We'll find someone. And I've thought of the perfect message. So
Right.
I am obviously Gerhardt. You will know me. I am your original Gerhardt. So what I thought I would get is
That-
something that just says,
Not entirely,
well, whatever. Anyway,
Linden.
no, the real OG. So the real original Gerhardt. Okay, somewhere. It could be on my shoulder, probably back shoulder. I think it's probably a good idea.
What you could do is you could just get like a tattoo of a heart with the word "gur" in it.
No, it sounds cheap and tacky. Maybe
It would be a "gur" heart.
No, I understand it. It's very funny. Yes.
Or it could
You look
be,
like a sailor.
or it could be a word.
Oh, the nice girls love a sailor.
What are we doing about the good lady's
And voice.
father?
So
Grandfather,
that-
grandfather. It's grandfather, isn't it?
Yes.
Are we still? Is he still on our agenda? Or are we?
very much so.
I think so because I think until we find out otherwise, it may be that these two that he is related to the plot against.
Are we certain he's here?
Not yet.
Well, let's
Marguerite
look to the
was.
lady. Do we know?
She's still reading her book.
Look to the lady in case.
Lady Magritte.
Looks up. Yes. What is it, Lady Alamenawai?
Will you be able to ascertain if your grandfather is here, or will we need to do old-fashioned scouting?
He is a very powerful wizard. Though he can, I imagine, easily hide his appearance if he wishes to do so, though one presumes he has no real reason to do so. So I suppose. She reaches into her satchel. I offer this as a token of my affection. It says, passing you a small locket.
Thank you, my lady.
It's held within it is a likeness of my grandfather,
Right.
Ragnar of House Wittgenstein. It was originally commissioned to be sent to a future potential spouse. I've held it ever since. Well, ever since I received it, at least. Perhaps it can be of use to you.
Well, thank you.
In your pursuit, that is, at least. Assuming that he does still look like that, he does have the ability to change his face should he wish to do so, though.
Right.
But that in itself can be detected by certain parties. So he may choose not to do that.
Click it open.
It's a relatively young-looking man, not a grandfather in the slightest, but you're not that surprised given everything that you've heard about him, particularly with his extreme ability with, it's quite a good likeness. Very small oil cameo on the inside.
Do any of us recognise him?
Nope.
Okay.
What are the chances he's hanging out with other nobles?
Probably quite.
I would suggest that he is very likely to be mixing with people of his class. It is his preference. It always has been his preference. Yes?
It's me getting Andy's attention.
Yes.
I would like to make an oracle maneuver, please.
Oracle maneuver!
Answer the question whether Dagger von Wittgenstein has infiltrated the court in Middenheim. I will.
Great.
Any dogs in here?
Have you got an ability to reroll?
I do. I did my
He's got his
divination
Did his
reroll.
thing.
Yeah.
But I don't need to. Woo!
Is it really good?
That was a pass. I'm not crit. It's not a crit, but it's a pass.
So a pass on an oracle test means that you get some sort of
I get
vague
a crit to the
rating.
oracle that won't really make sense. Yeah. And I'm stunned for 3 minutes. As visions overwhelm me, it answers my question, but is open to misinterpretation.
The oracle hears the words as they wash over. Twitches slightly. And again. And again. As a running wolf suddenly fills his vision. And it runs before a great keep. No, it's not a keep, it's a gate, you think. Then another wolf. Then from above, a fox swoops in and devours them from all sides. Snap, crunch, leaches out towards another. It bares its fangs, but too late. Snap, crunch, snap. Now the fox is running into place. And you hear, na, na, na,
No.
ah! And that is what he says as he's sitting there. Do
Not
yourself
him with a pillow.
a cool test.
Cool, baby. Yes.
Good. All I needed.
Strange.
Makes perfect sense.
Anyone going to try and gag his big shouties?
You said you were going
I
to.
was putting a pillow on his face.
Go to sleep. Go to sleep.
OMG, you're not Nevertheless, the door slams open. Thorlachelm is there. He looks in and sees you attempting to
Murder the priest.
murder the priest.
Well, no one read me. There's a priest.
As he goes, "Roo!" Might I ask what you're doing?
Just the rest of us are all sat around like it's fine, isn't
Yeah,
it?
totally.
I did not want to disturb my parents' discussion, and he was shouting.
He's having one of his turns. Don't worry about it.
I shall wait till this turn has come to an end, he says, and hear it from his lips that he is happy.
Give him a few minutes then.
Loose.
I'll lift it every now and again so you can breathe.
He's the doctor.
Move
so
it
he'd
down so
know
it
if
doesn't
it's
cover the
bad.
nose.
I am a doctor, yes.
No,
Yes.
then why don't you attend?
No, it's fine.
I see. He says,
Do you not think I'm a doctor?
he looks at you. An odd challenge?
Show him, Gerhard. Show him.
And yeah, just, I've got the papers. That's
He
all.
says, if you feel the need to show them, then please do. If it makes you feel better.
It doesn't have his. It doesn't.
It's fine. No, don't need it.
With
Don't
the
need to.
shouting comes to an end.
You're right. You're right, Father Leopold.
Yeah, no.
Oh, really?
Right, what's up?
Are you in any danger?
Always.
From us, he means.
No. No.
Well then.
Oh, they were probably muffling that I
And
can
he
be a bit
closes the
noisy.
doors.
There you go.
Right.
Master Leopold collects himself. What if we have a party for the return of the ambassador's daughter, and then all the nobility will gather to it, and we can see...
I like the way you're thinking.
I don't think you're going to get anyone to attend tomorrow's carnival.
Yeah, but like mix it together and have like
But they'll all have other things to do. Carnival's busy end to end.
Is there a party?
There's jousts and there's
Is there a party?
and there's a big garden party later. I know that.
Lovely.
Very famous. And there's Midden Ball and the championship. It will be held. It'll be at the end of the carnival. You'll get to whoever the champions are, I suppose, doing their thing. I never watched. I wouldn't mind going to the Bernabeu, but that's obviously not what we're here for. But
nobles make
beer. There'll be lots of beer things.
Okay, but which ones do the nobles do?
All of them.
In the same place, or is there a special noble?
No, they all
place?
go to different places. It's carnival. They just wander around
There's not
like
one
everybody
big
else.
party.
No,
like a
there's
masquerade.
there's
balls.
lots of them.
Or
So we have to go to as many as possible then.
Good job we got some decent flights.
Also, to be fair, your parents probably invited to the best ones. So you just ask where they're going.
my mother is in mourning. Where is she gonna go?
Well, she might not, but your
No,
father
she
might.
might not, but she might still get an invite.
Yeah.
Yes.
Decline or send you in her place.
Mm.
Yay.
The doors creak open. It's Yada. Your father comes in,
I have questions for him.
looks at you, and says, "Oh, I don't like the look of that face in Reichspiel. Beloved daughter."
Yes, father.
You've taken to this rather quickly, have you not?
I have learned to adapt.
Well then, have at it. He says, when in the Empire,
Of course.
he says, as he sits down, spreads his legs right out with one leg on his knee,
She'll
lean
pour
back,
him
puts his
some
arm
wine.
on the rest, and he says, let's drink this.
I have a question that you may know the answer to, or you may know.
Spit it out.
There is an illness that we have come across, a very infectious one that pertains to demons. And I thought perhaps,
Yeah.
not that I know of, but
What has come of you, Ume?
clearly you know what I'm talking about. I was hoping in Nepal they'd have researched this in some way, different to what they do over here.
If it's what I think it is, whoever's on the receiving end of it is best to kill themselves.
I didn't think about that part of the Japanese culture. Yes. Okay. Well,
You know, it's
fair enough. Okay.
relatively blunt answer for a relatively blunt issue. How would you say it? Right. Give me a moment. They don't really have a term for it, do they? See, we've got. How would you say? And the word that he uses effectively means long-term, very slow possession that ends your life and turns you into a demon. There must be a word for it. He says,
Terminal demonification.
Modification.
But you're missing the long-term nature of it. Yeah.
Chronic.
Chronic. No, well, chronic suggests that you can live with it.
Progressive?
Progressive?
Because it gets worse?
I don't think this is the important part. There are more important matters, which I believe we should tell my father, but it is not just my information to share. So, father, perhaps you would like to
I'm
ask
here with a message.
father.
Your mother won't speak to you.
Okay.
It's not quite that bad, but it really is close. She's come to a decision.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the same decision my father came to.
Good.
Well, that depends on how you view the word good.
I'm alive.
I'm in the Empire.
Yeah.
Would you call that good?
No, but I thought that
Or
was.
would you call that good?
You seem pretty happy.
There we go. Then it's good.
Okay.
It's good. You're banished from the Imperial line.
Oh, shit, son.
Okay.
Harsh.
The alternative is you're sent home because of the danger you're in.
Mm-hmm.
It is a harsh judgment. One, of course, that I have strongly, vociferously argued against with passion. Daughter.
Thank you.
He says, so, you're not even allowed to stay here now.
Perfect.
He says, fortunately, Torhelm, nice chap outside, he's agreed to not use his metal boot when he kicks you out. Your mother actually requested it.
Lovely as always.
But he has better manners than your mother. You are lower than the low because you are not even considered alive by her. You are not even outcast. You are banished. No, it's not bad. I'm banished. But I'm, how would you, I need a good word here. I am, then he says, word like low-key in Japanese. You know, like minor banishment.
Minor. Minor.
Minor.
Uh-huh.
Not someone that strikes at all.
We be banished.
No, that it uses an O instead of an E.
Ah, I think I get that, don't you? So I'm a minor banishment. He says, that's what I am. A banishment minor. And that's what you are. Banishment minor as well. But no, sorry. No, that's what I am. You're bigger.
You're
You
a
can't
major.
return to Nippon. I can if my father allows me to. The only way you'll be able to return is if your father becomes, my father becomes aware of it. And because you're banished, no one can tell him. Which means he would need to divine it under his own. And, well, you don't know him, but he won't.
He absolutely won't.
I will process that later. But there are matters which I would prefer if I had some help from a Nipponese person.
Well, that's a shame. You're banished.
Okay.
Not
But
till
you're
she leaves
also
this room.
banished.
No. I'm minor I'm a banishment minor. You're missing the subtlety.
Okay.
I'm heir. I can't be banished strictly because one day he'll die.
Are they speaking in? They're speaking.
No, they're speaking
Reichspiel.
Reichspiel.
And might I ask a question? Does
And here we go.
Jiro still follow your order?
Jiro does whatever I say.
Yes, but Jiro can't teach me the things that I really require. You must know from Her Imperial Highness what has come to pass.
What you need to do is stop turning to others for answers.
I was not taught.
Beloved daughter.
I was not taught
You
how
don't
to
need to
wield.
be taught. It's in your blood.
Easy for you to say, Father.
I just did. You're right. I'll say it again. You don't need to be taught. So easy. You don't need to be taught. It's in your blood. It just pours from me. Just like your blood will pour from you under certain circumstances. It has everything you need to know. And he says in Nipponese, trust in yourself, Umi. Beloved daughter, part of my heart. Stop being a child. He shakes his head. No, it's not rude. You didn't put it out loud. It isn't rude. It is clear. You want someone else to take on the burden of your tutelage, and they're back to Reichspiel. It is not anyone else's burden to bear, it is yours. You bear imperial blood, and it will waken within you, whether you wish it to or not. Jiro cannot help you. All he can do is put blocks before you. You can help yourself, which should be quite easy to do when you're banished. Says, I'll admit I find it a little bit harder. I think because so much of it relied upon speaking to spirits that they just aren't here. So I had to dream a lot. See, in the aether, that's what they call it, isn't it? Aether? Is that the word? In the aether, there is no distance. There is no time. Your ancestors waiting to hear.
Training montage.
Oh, I'm assuming they'll listen to you, given you're banished. They might not. Indeed, there
But-
might be all sorts of problems.
If there is no time, perhaps before banishment.
Or after.
Now you're beginning to understand. The barrier here is you. Marvelous meeting you all. My daughter is in very dangerous hands, which I hope
For our best.
is to her benefit. Your mother will have nothing to do with you. The alternative is to send you home. Has she made the correct decision, honorable daughter? Look at my face. Has she?
Who am I to question her decision making?
Good. You are nothing and you are no one. And that is what you will learn. Fascinating evening, all. Yes. Very sorry, Father, for your reaction to something that is quite beyond my control. He says, straightens up. I like it here. Perhaps you'll learn to like it too.
I do not despise it.
No, neither do I. I can speak normally. It's been difficult. It's taken me 20 years to get to this place, but here I am, talking to you all like I'm normal.
20.
It's normal human speak.
It's not.
Very well. I guess we have outstayed our welcome then, apparently.
I have asked the knights to get a bag of food. Lest you can't find anywhere to stay for the night, which is very likely given that we're moving into carnival time, apparently. They have not got any formal way of reserving places for people to stay, so I presume it's first come, first served. So if you're looking for somewhere to stay, I am just going swiftly. Find yourself somewhere with not too many fleas, although I am told by many that is character building. But what sort of character wants to have fleas?
Oh, you should try some of the stews, Father. Utterly disgusting.
Stews.
Mm.
Stews.
Yep, agreed.
He says,
Her palate is untutored.
I've not really tried their stews. Should I?
Maybe the depth of flavor is too much for you. It's
Yeah.
just developed over time.
You
Not
could
used
come
to
with
the brown salt.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
I can't.
Fucking brown salt.
You don't exist. Once you leave this room, I can't even see you anymore, but strictly speaking, I'm sort of dead too just now. But not dead enough that I can't be dragged around to parties by your mother.
Which, by the way, are you attending any parties recently?
Probably. Your mother will decide. She's in mourning just now. Possible she won't attend a single one. I hope that's the case, but at the same point, there's several things I would really like to witness, which I can't do if I go by myself. I might be able to persuade Tolkien to go with me. Oh, I've got Jiro. I think I might be able to wrangle that. Your mother, you know what she's like.
Yes,
A pleasure to meet you all. You are most certainly an interesting group. And If any harm comes to my daughter, I will find you and kill you all.
We'll probably all be dead
Yeah,
too.
it's more likely if we're dead too. So
I think that is probably true. She carries the very blood of gods inside her. He does not die easy.
Good.
Don't try it, though.
What do I want to try it?
It wouldn't take much of a push.
I'll get very good at that.
And he makes his way out.
Right, Lucas, while we wait for our bag of food, I need you to go out into the town and find us a place to stay.
Right, let's see if they'll let me out.
Good
Was
job.
it significant?
He has 2 advances in Deal Maker.
Deal maker.
I've got a question.
Yes.
Was it significant? He started calling you dutiful daughter, and then he called you honourable daughter, and then he called you beloved daughter, and then he went back to honourable daughter. Does this mean something?
Yes, in a sense.
We appear to be locked in.
Oh. Shit.
probably when the food were.
I don't like that.
They'll probably have to escort us out.
Are there windows that are openable?
You go over.
You nearly made one.
Doesn't appear to be openable.
Very cool.
Sorry.
I'll just
No.
step through.
The sword that's
Wait.
hidden on her back.
Had Leopold shared his oracular?
Nope.
No. So you, I
Yes.
saw. It's not good.
Mhm.
I saw wolves running, and then there was a wolf, then another wolf, and then I saw a fox that kind of swooped down, devoured them, and then ran in the wolf's place. And then I heard that little bastard demon singing his song.
So we definitely need to solve the Topbringer problem then.
But given that bastard little thing was connected to that cult, potentially we're on the right track if we look for grandfather.
But it does make me wonder. The fox is connected as well, but potentially taking the place.
Well, that's it. It's the notion of there are 2 major temples. They're under attack. They've been infiltrated. The palace has been infiltrated. And it's the symbol of what's going to take over if we don't stop them.
Or specifically
it's
take
already
over the place
taken
of,
over.
of the wolves. Whether that's the cult or whether that's the Godbrings.
Yeah.
Or both.
Probably both.
Two wolves.
Didn't we say that the Duke is called like a wolf as well?
Some people
And
still call him the Wolf Emperor.
so maybe,
That's
well,
what they-
who's the other wolf then? If he's one of them.
Could be our own.
So he has 3 children, right? One of them's probably going to die. He's sickly. Humans do that. And then
Then there's the princess.
there's the princess, and then there's the tall giant that my friend the Graf told me when we were having a private conversation that he thinks is not even Boris's at all. Well, that would make 2 to die after Boris.
Lucas's second part to his question, because he has it twice.
You'll get a second one. You just get a bonus on it.
It
as I recall.
says
And you get more information if you've got it twice.
I've got a politics one
I thought
question.
it
Tell
was
me
one
what
per
to ask.
section.
I've got
Well,
one.
Yeah, it's 1 per session, regardless.
right, okay. It's just which one is the best impact? If you were going to destabilize the line, which one would you target?
Heinrich. He's keeping everything together, apparently. You've already heard the
Yeah.
rumours on the mill. Heinrich has been hitting the road doing diplomatic stuff all over the place. But it does lead to a different question. Why is he doing it and not Boris?
Mhm. Heinrich, that's. But it does beg the question: why is Boris not out there? Boris is
Door
now-
opens. Torlakel comes in and says, "Ah, hello. I've been tasked with the most unfortunate." He looks at you all. I think you already know.
Yes, no, we know.
Yes, you're gonna kick us
Aye,
out.
rooms for the night. I know.
Looks at you.
We'll make it easy.
Good.
Flash your muscles at him. Give him the eye. Charm him.
No way out of this one.
I hope that
Take up all your clothes. As he says, well, I shall escort you to the gate myself. However, I do have a message that I need to pass on from Rolana, the court.
Oh,
As the court minstrel. He says that he would like to meet you, if at all possible, and that he is most likely to be attending many functions. You will probably hear him.
Oh, thank you.
Good. That is my job, Herr Don. There has been some food organized for you. Sadly, the kitchens were not prepared, so you have... I didn't want to exactly slop it into a sack.
Oh, for God.
He says, so we've set up the dining room.
Oh,
I have to, after all, fetch my other helmet for escorting people out. So that will take me, I think, a good quarter bell. So while I'm fetching my other helmet, if you happen to eat the food that's currently sitting in the dining room, then that will be to your benefit, I suppose. I certainly wouldn't stop you. But my knights here will escort you there and ensure you don't leave the dining room.
I love him so much.
He says,
Definitely a cultist.
and nods once. I shall go and fetch my, let us call it the dismissal helmet.
A moment, Sir Knight, before you go, might I ask a favour of you?
That is pushing things somewhat, but I am willing to listen. You are very pretty.
You should say that out
Yep,
loud.
he said that out loud.
Would it be okay if you sent a message to the chapter house in Oracular to Ricard on my behalf?
You know him?
Yes.
Oh, interesting. I know him also.
Yeah.
Yeah, we crossed swords a few times. He was good in his time.
Interesting.
Very
man.
good.
Very interesting man.
And how do you know him?
We bumped into each other. Tells the most amazing
He
stories.
lifts his hand, makes some hand gestures. Anyone got the old battle tongue?
Yes.
It's a short, sharp order to fetch a paper, quill, and a scribe.
Oh,
You summon in troops.
And
Well, the pen is my own sword. We'd all be worried.
as a knight disappears off a side corridor.
my letters get lost in the post. I think if I send them via you, then they might actually have a chance to make it.
Yes. He says, I am very fond of the man. I shall ensure that he gets it.
Thank you.
He says, now, please, tumble off into the dining room below. He says, it shall have to do as a jail until I return.
Is that allowed to actually tumble?
No, just clang.
Clang, 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 clang.
No.
And the meal that has been left out for them is stunning.
No.
It has been obviously put together by Royal Kitchens. And it's not, here comes another dish, here comes, it's just dishes. So you can pick and choose as and where you wish. And, oh, my, that would taste good too. Stop eating all of them. Let me have one. That sort of thing.
Anything portable goes into pockets.
Does everyone
It's
tuck,
all
does
sloppy.
everyone tuck
There
it?
is nothing portable.
Does everyone tuck it?
Yeah.
I don't know. Is it the
yeah.
evening? When does the fast
Oh, yeah,
one
we're in
begin?
evening. Oh, when the sun goes down.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
So yeah, the sun's gone down. Then yeah.
More poison, just in case.
Lord Poison will tell you what sort of poison would be useful. Perception test would tell you whether they're in there.
Yes.
Perception test.
Oh, I'll do it. I have
Yeah.
no choice.
If you have Lord Poison, totally.
Is there any fruit?
Yes,
I'm chilled.
absolutely.
I can take my time, I
Yeah.
assume. So 5 successes.
And I have 3. So can I add 1?
But remember,
Yeah.
it's an advanced skill.
There
so-
appears
No, not perception. Though.
Not the
Perception.
perception.
Oh, sorry, that was lore.
Perception,
Yeah,
yeah.
totally.
If we have got poisoned, that's the tough one.
You appear
Mm.
to think there's nothing. It just seems to be food. There's even Japanese food.
Oh.
Probably the last time I'll ever get to eat it.
Yeah.
Oh,
No. I've actually been working with Dumpling. You know that meal that I was putting together?
Uh-huh.
Well, so Dumpling's been working on a sort of Nipponese cross Aldorfian
fusion
fusion
cuisine.
cuisine for you. So you could still sort of, it was like a home thing. It's for everybody, actually. I had dishes for everyone.
Thank you.
That's why we had that spicy
We
wine
tuck
still.
in Nils, who has said nothing, gobbles up about 5 meals worth all by himself. He's a hungry lad.
Where does he put it?
Into his
find out.
legs.
Yeah.
Hollow.
Hollow legs.
Lucas eats carefully. Of course, Marguerite eats nothing.
Does she? She doesn't eat, does she?
She eats little.
Really.
15 minutes later, he comes in with a completely different helmet which is quite clearly a ceremonial one, in that it is so much finer than the other one, to the point that it makes his armor, which had previously looked like it was incredibly intricate, look kind of dull. He's just holding it under his hand. It took me a while to find it. I hope you managed to... Ah, good. Well, this way, I shall personally escort you over to the gate. He says, it's a fine night, so if you do get caught out, it shouldn't be too harsh. I will warn you that the watch will move you on if they catch you, but from what I've been told, I think you already are aware of the finer nature of the law that you could be transgressing. Should you find yourself out there, you'll find you will not be alone. Many people make bed upon the streets on the night of Carnival. Indeed, most of the taverns will be staying open all night regardless. So if you wish to just sit down, go to a tavern, find yourself a spot if you can. They will be busy, but you could probably drink there all night, or at least nurse some drinks if you can't find anything else. He says, not that I'm helping you at all. He makes his way along.
Wow. Thank you so much.
All right.
When you reach the gates, which he gestures and are opened, he says, I should like to offer my condolences, my personal condolences, for the loss of your father.
Thank
He
you.
says, and also for the unfortunate circumstance in which you find yourself. Although I don't understand its finer intricacies, I certainly do understand its outcome. And it is unfortunate. There is nothing one can do about it. He says, however, if you find yourself in a dire position, I am willing to offer my aid once, because I do find this sort of outcome to be untenable and unacceptable, dishonorable, and the sort of deed that is done by someone who has no real care. I do not like it, is what I am saying. So that being the case, I feel it would redress the balance somewhat if I were to offer this once. Simply come to the gate. Request me, and if I am here, I will come. If I am not, I will come later. But only once.
Understood.
And that is my personal offer to you. Of course, you have no rank anymore, Your Imperial Highness. And he bows once, and then he closes the gates.
So I can still see him. Can I please attempt a visions maneuver?
Visions maneuver!
Yeah.
Yep. That's in the past though, so weird and vague and imprecise as most of these things are. But I get.
What? Really?
I
Imprecise?
know, who knew? I see what comes. I receive a vision concerning him, but it's open to misinterpretation.
A great fiery crown upon his brow as he comes to lead all before him. And he bellows forth a single word: north. 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 The gate must close. And with that, we bring the not quite at the carnival episode. I told you that this adventure could go almost anywhere. Carnival episode to an end. Until next time.